Nice. The auto intro works. That's a new feature on StreamYards, everybody. That was
Nice.
they're
Yeah.
trying to steal all the EV Mux tools since EV Mux has been screwing up.
Hey, Matt, do you think the intro sting for your new channel is ever going to be that good?
And welcome everybody to Matt's Friday Nights Thingy. I'm me, they're them, we're us, and we are the YouTube equivalent of Braille. When we speak, people feel us.
I just don't. I'm not comfortable saying it that way. That's fine.
I am. I'm perfectly comfortable with people feeling me.
You've been playing Phasmophobia too much and getting groped by those ghosts.
The ghosts have been doing things to me, I tell you.
I guess
I think we're
accurate.
We're gonna have a fun show tonight. We got a new guest, first time on the show, Script Doctor. Welcome to the Ascendant Art Podcast.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate the invite, and I like listening to you guys because I rarely get to catch you live on Fridays. So I usually follow up like Saturday mornings when doing my morning breakfast making, chores, all that stuff. So it's fun to actually be able to participate with you. Very entertaining. We'll say gentlemen.
Come on,
Yeah, I feel like we're
to say it.
I feel like our show is one of those things where like YouTuber people would really appreciate what we're like the guys who are hanging out and can have a good time with comedians, but don't necessarily get the viewers because people we're still under 300 subscribers. It's crazy.
Which is insane.
Share our channel. Yeah. So
I do have a confession that I need to make. It's
you don't
crazy.
ever watch our channel? You're not subscribed? What is it?
No, I'm subscribed. I just didn't hit the bell. I do since Script is
We haven't
here,
earned the bell yet.
I actually today I use Script. So I was going to watch a bad movie, Communion. If you haven't seen it, it's bananas with Christopher Walken from 1989. Anyway, but I didn't want the girlfriend to know it was bad, so I was like, "Oh no! It was recommended." She's like, "By who?" Dr. Script.
Dr. Script, of course.
Dr. Script.
Well,
He
luckily
asked
that's
me-
a different person. So
Yeah, that's the guy who gives out fucking Vicodins.
But then she's like, "Do your taste and his line up whatsoever?" I'm like, "Yeah, of course they do. Yeah, this is gonna be great."
So yes,
boy.
copied typos are forgiven in the chat. That's fine. And coming from the man who's drugged
One
his
side
significant
note.
other to watch Neil Breen movies in a theater, I feel like she's got to know that it was your choice 100%.
Yeah,
Well-
I don't necessarily know that if someone's tastes line up with yours, it's a positive mark in their favor.
I don't think
But
I've met
I do-
anyone that's ever had the taste of Mads.
I do got to make my joke before I lose it. And my joke is I'm just happy that we've got a little bit more DEI going on in here because we got more representation of people without faces on the panel.
Hear, hear.
That's true.
True.
That's true. And a Canadian to boot. So that's even better. We
Has
have internet-
anyone
A Canadian without a face? Ooh,
Yep.
never mind.
Has anyone
That's
seen
like Wendigo
Communion?
territory.
Has anyone seen Communion with Christopher Walken from 1989?
Sounds really familiar.
Based on I got a clip right there, based on a true story. By the way, he improv
I must be
throughout.
awake. Is that what you mean? I must be awake.
Does he have no eyebrows?
No, he really didn't. I noticed that too.
Did he write the movie?
No, the guy
Are
that
we
this is a
sure?
true story. No, they let him
Brahma
improv.
is
everything.
so pissed off that we're doing walking without him. Oh, apparently Tina's seen it because she says it's why she's terrified of grays to this day.
Anyway, this goes on for like another 15 minutes before they start dancing. It's insane.
Oh
we
my
have got to.
It was what,
That's got to
89?
be a what the flick.
No,
That's,
it's so long.
That's based off a
Oh.
book, right? If I'm
Yes,
not mistaken?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it's based off of a book by a guy that said it really happened to him. By the way, he hated Christopher Walken, and he told him, he's like, "Dude, you make me look crazy." And Walken responds with, "If the shoe fits."
Well, if the shoe fits,
Wait,
then you
said
gotta
that was
wear it.
89, Mad?
Yeah, 89.
Yeah, that was a huge big pile of cocaine behind that movie.
Oh, I mean, was Simpson and Bruckheimer working on it?
It was the Neil Breen. If Neil Breen did Fire in the Sky, that's what that would have been. That makes sense.
No, that was Invasion from Mars. by Toby Hooper from Golan and Globus.
I think if Neil Breen did Phenomenon, that's what this would be. Remember the John Travolta film?
Oh,
yes,
I know.
yeah. He moves the pin.
Neil Breen
Tartarus. It could be
Neil
like
Breen
Tartarus,
could,
right? I was catching some Tartarus vibes.
Yeah,
there.
very Tartarus.
Like trash bags involved.
Yep. Man, Phenomenon and Powder came out too close together. I get them mixed up in my head.
Well, Powder was made by a child molester, and Phenomenon starred John Travolta.
So they're both
also
Scientology
made
related.
by a child molester.
Script, do you remember that controversy where when it came, like when Powder came out and it was a #1 movie, and then like a week after it opened, they're like, oh, by the way, the director has a lot of inappropriate history with young boys.
Yeah, I remember I think there was another further investigation going on into him as well. And oddly enough, at least where I was in Canada at the time, all advertisement for Powder vanished like the next day. Like
it is weird. I haven't seen that
gone.
movie
Those
pop
posters
up
were gone.
anywhere.
Yeah, Disney Memory hold it, which is ironic for Disney.
It wasn't a bad movie, if I remember correctly. Weird, but like
yeah, but here when you realize that it was that guy's proclivities in history, a lot of the scenes in Powder.
Oh, they have a different tone.
Oh, they take on additional meaning.
Yeah, like there's the part where they strip him and then throw him in the mud because he's an albino, and
that's what you do with albinos, though.
Got to give them some color.
That's right.
But yeah, so I think that was back when Disney had shame and didn't worry about it.
Who was the director?
I can't remember.
He never worked again, as far as I was.
He did. But the actor, I think, was actually really
Sean
good
Patrick Flannery, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's really good friend, or was really good friends with Dean Cain up until I guess recently.
He was from Boondock Saints.
Yep.
And also Young Indiana Jones, and he's also famous for jacking his face up for no good reason and not looking at all like he used to because he got plastic surgery.
Oh, yeah, same as
the director's name was Victor Salva.
Oh, of course he's Russian-y.
So Powder might be a distant cousin of mine, okay?
Yeah, I've got hair, so he's not related to me.
Who was the other guy that messed up his face in The Wrestler?
Mickey Rourke.
Yeah. Messed up his face too. Yeah.
He was a pretty boy actor, and he decided he wanted to be a boxer, and he got jacked.
I think it had more to do with the plastic surgery that messed up his face than boxing. Pretty boy Floyd. I mean, he's still pretty.
Well, the reason his face got jacked up in boxing is he was not good, and he couldn't defend his face, and it just got wrecked.
He looked like he was from the ECW more than boxing. Look at
well, didn't he do the Wrestler movie?
Yeah,
that's why he was perfect for The Wrestler, because by the time he aged into that, he was like, you look like a wrestler who's lived a hard life and is not in a good place.
Who directed it?
Shifty, we see her.
The Wrestler was no, you're not man. The Wrestler was the one that did the Black Swan with Natalie Portman. And Fountain. Aronofsky.
Aronofsky, that's it.
Oh, Darren Aronofsky, right.
Darren Aronofsky.
He has a story.
The Fountain might be the most pretentious movie I've ever seen, by the way. Just personal opinion.
Agree. But so he has a great story about Mickey Rourke and how every time before they would do a scene, he would make the assistants go through his pockets, because he would always have glasses in his pockets that he would want to put on in the middle of his scene. So they had to keep trying to take and he goes, we would take 3 out of his pockets, and then we're filming, and he has another pair. He has a 4th pair of glasses that he wants to put on.
He needs his glasses, man.
Exactly.
He can't see without his glasses.
That reminds me of when he was doing Iron Man 2. He just showed up with that cockatoo bird.
Yeah, with the bird.
Yeah. And he was just like, I feel like my character would have a pet bird.
Yes.
And he was like, and they were like, and Favreau, I guess, was like, okay, that's cool. We'll put it in the movie.
Favreau was walking away going, weirdo.
Well, he was already having a hell of a time with Disney at that point. He couldn't handle work on top of it.
True. The fight scene on the racetrack, though, is legit one of the best. In MCU.
Oh no, it is.
There was a fantastic scene
in that movie. That was still one of the better Marvel movies. But yeah, some of these actor types are.
Sean Patrick Flannery was in Nefarious earlier
I knew
this
you were
year.
going to bring it up.
Nefarious is just the poor man's Frailty. I stand on that.
Nefarious
Oh,
was
not even
fantastic.
close.
Frailty is amazing.
Frailty's fantastic.
Yeah. So
And it's actually it was what's his name directorial debut.
Bill Paxton.
Yeah. Yeah.
My father to this day just goes Bill Paxton Pullman. Bill Pullman Paxton because he can't. He's like I was like whichever one you start with is always the wrong one. So just go with it.
It's one of the Bills.
Yep. All right. So besides me and script, I think Brahma, you also saw Joker. Did anyone else?
Yes.
So we've got 3 on the panel who have. Mad, Slender, Imp. Do you guys care that we're probably going to start light and then go deep into spoilers? Because this movie, you kind of have to really discuss what's going on.
I never even watched the original Joker because I didn't feel that the Joker needed an origin story. Like
it was good.
I liked the mystery of, well, he fell in a vat of acid that turned his skin all funny, and then he became a nut job.
Well,
that was
the
a mystery. You just explained all of it.
Yeah, well,
the mystery is who he actually is.
In the comic, they've never actually given him a name. Like they did it in the first Keaton movie, but he's an originless person. Like that's one of the mystery. He's the ultimate unreliable narrator, which is one of the things they got right.
You want to know how I got these scars? I loved that about him.
Yeah. Well, again, that's a whole. Each one can be its own take.
Yeah, the gimmick is that his origin is multiple choice, and that's what makes him a very fascinating character.
Yeah, I didn't, yeah, and I didn't like the idea of I don't know, I don't. It felt too real when I saw where they were going with it, and I was reading about the first Joker, and they're like, oh yeah, he's got mental health issues and blah blah blah, and I'm like, I don't want to relate to the Joker, so I'm not going to watch this shit.
The story about that is that Todd Phillips basically had a movie he wanted to make, and in order to get funding,
he slapped the Joker on it.
No, yeah, because in order to get funding, and it was not a big amount of funding as Hollywood goes. I think it was a $40 to $50 million budget for the first Joker.
50 million.
65 after the end of the day, and he had to approach nearly a dozen of other companies in order to get that funds raised.
Yeah. And which is crazy that in Hollywood when they drop $300-400 million on Agatha all along and stupid stuff like that.
Rest of Hollywood doesn't do that anymore.
Well, Warner Brothers was doing some stupid stuff for a while too.
Oh God, yeah, under Kevin Tsuchihara. And
I mean everything Zack Snyder, I would say. I mean, so Phillips, he had this, and it was I think that's one of the reasons why the first one was so much better. It was a story he was passionate about that he wanted to tell. Then he kind of fitted into the Joker / Batman universe to get the funding and get it made. And it becomes this monster hit. Joaquin Phoenix does a great performance, wins an Oscar. And then they just
pretty much everything he's ever done.
And then Warner Brothers wants to make this a franchise when it was never meant to be a franchise.
Mm-hmm.
And so they back up the Brinks truck to everybody involved to try to get them to make a second movie. And I swear, I think it's because Todd Phillips, this movie, if I had to sum up why it has the problems it has, it's that Todd Phillips never wanted to make a follow-up. And he was just making... I mean, my picture of it would be, if you remember Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, where it's Gus Van Sant making, Good Will Hunting 2, and he's just sitting there counting his money. And he's just like, oh, whatever, do the scene.
I mean, pretty much. I mean, the first movie was 50 to 65 million. And they basically said, how would you like 50 million in your pocket? Plus we'll give you another 150 million for the movie.
So,
I mean,
it's
insane.
I will say it is, it's obvious to the audience because this movie is only on track to make at best 45 to 50 million opening, which is not good considering the last movie was $1 billion hit. And it's I think its audience score currently on Rotten Tomatoes is like 33%.
Yeah, what's hilarious is
pretty
I'll go look that up right now.
Because Warner Brothers split on the first movie, they probably only pocketed 400 million, 200 million, because the profit was probably 400 million on the $1 billion movie, right?
On the $1 billion movie, no, the profit was, well, I mean, it's excluding, because again, it didn't make $1 billion from China, so it didn't have to fork over
no money from China.
Ticket sales. What they probably ended up getting was I would say, well, the marketing was also pretty weak as well. So they probably retained about 800 million, but they had to share that with all the other entities to help procure the funding. So they probably only got a fraction of that. So maybe even like
Right.
250, 300 million bucks at the end of the
Right.
day.
Which they've now turned around and handed to him to do this movie.
Where
And
they
they're
receive
not going
all
to
the
turn a
profits.
profit on this.
Yeah.
Well, this one's not going to turn a profit because I think this movie is cursed by the expectation that this is supposed to be its own pocket Batman universe, where the original intention from the first one was nothing of the sort.
Right.
And there's something fascinating about this sequel follow-up, which I want to save for a little bit later because I want to hear more of like Lil Chad's and Brahma Bull's thoughts as well.
Yeah. So
Chad,
for the
the numbers are in the private chat if you want to pull those up.
okay, yeah,
They're bad.
Tomatoes.
Yeah, I was right. 33%. No, that's never mind. That's the critics. It's 36%.
Yeah, not
for
much
the-
better on the audience side.
Well, yeah, let's throw that up there. And number one, Folie à Deux, good for him. Pretentious French title. All right. I appreciate that there's a whole wing of overly sophisticated French cinema. My main like cinematic experience with French cinema, and I think if I say this, Script might be the only person who knows this movie that I'm going to mention. I was on spring break around the year 2000 or 2003. I forget which spring break. I went to London twice during spring break in college. And so me and my friend that went there with me, we went to a London movie theater and we were like, let's see a movie we won't see in America. And he's like, well, there's this French movie with Monica Bellucci playing. I was like, she's hot. Let's go see that. And it was called Unbreakable. Or not Unbreakable. What was it? It was where it was done backwards.
Oh,
Irreversible.
yeah.
And my God, was that the worst, most horrific experience I ever had in my life. It is. So the movie is told in reverse. And the plot of it is Monica Bellucci gets horribly essayed,
yeah,
casually Brahma'd in this movie. And since you see it in reverse, you start with like her boyfriend horrifically murdering the person who did it. And then you work backwards all the way through, and then it's like around the middle that you see the actual event happen with her, all the way back. And so the end of the movie is a super happy, nice scene with them as just a loving couple being romantic. And it just like you've been so traumatized by the whole lead up to that. It's terrible. That's French cinema for me. And I think, and it's Todd Phillips is trying to, ape French cinema clearly with this whole deal and Americanize it a little bit. So the plot is picking up from where the first one ended. If you have not seen the movie, Joker, whose real name I believe in this one was
Arthur Fleck.
Is in Arkham, awaiting trial for the murders that he's been charged with. Now, if you watch the first movie, he was such an unreliable narrator. There was questions you could have about what events did take place and what didn't in different parts. Now, this movie does confirm that each murder you saw him commit did happen. So the subway murders leading to the murder of the other clown in his apartment, leading to the showstopper murder, which was the Robert De Niro one on late night television. So he's being prosecuted for that. He's in Arkham. He's completely reverted back to the Arthur Fleck you saw in the beginning movie, where he's just an introverted, mentally unwell person. And then they introduced Lady Gaga as Harley. They allude to her background to make it similar to the comic book, but I think they might have added that later, where she's a grad student with psychology background.
And she goes by Lee.
Yeah, she's effectively a super fan, is what they're making her out to be. This whole movie, it seems like Todd Phillips was trying to specifically attack the people who liked his first movie, but he thinks liked it for the wrong reasons.
Well, it's a full deconstruction of the first
Yeah.
movie, or at least of the character from the first movie. Because by the end of the first movie, he's Joker.
Is he
And
though?
this one,
No, see,
well,
he's
apparently
it's a
not,
very
according
unreliable
to this
narration.
one.
Because that's, I mean, when I saw the original film, I was like, okay, it ends with him in the psychologist room at Arkham Hospital, and she asked him a question. He's like, "Oh, it's just a joke. You wouldn't get it." And that's, the punchline of the film, where it's like, was all of this real? Was it fake? What's going on? Is he really a Joker or the Joker? We don't know. And that ambiguous ending is what people really liked because it allowed conversation.
Yeah, and I like that. I liked that about it because when you in the context of the movie, when you realize that he had completely made up the entire relationship with his neighbor Zazie Beats, whatever.
Zazie Beats, yeah.
Yep. And I like her. She's a good actress. I actually liked her as Domino in the second
Domino.
Deadpool movie a lot. When you see that, it makes it rightly so. It makes you question everything that came before. It's almost like Fight Club. Like when you're dealing with the unreliable narrator, once you get that exposed, it makes it much more interesting as a movie. It's it makes it a discussion point. Like, it's almost it's a this is a popcorn one, but it's like Total Recall. Like, did he go to Mars, or was he still just in the recall chair? What actually happened?
Is he lobotomized? We don't know.
Yeah, I mean, because for every point you could make to support that he did actually go to Mars and free these people, you could make a point. No, like, he picked exactly that scenario. He picked exactly the girl that he wanted. There was even the reference where the guy was like, "Oh, water on Mars, that's a new one."
Yeah.
So I like the ambiguous ones where you can have a good discussion. And the first Joker was a great movie for discussion. This movie is going to be a great movie for just
Sleep.
No, I didn't fall asleep. I was engrossed the entire time. I just didn't like it. The
I was
movie
bored
is
out of my mind, and every time a song started, I wanted to go to sleep.
See, I can, but I see. I this is where I've got a little bit of, I think, more of a film school quote unquote background. I've taken film class and things. So when I'm seeing the musical scenes, I'm relating it to where clearly a lot of them were inspired by old Hollywood
Show
musicals.
tunes.
Right. It also
Yeah.
just sounds like you enjoy Men, the company of Men. What I'm hearing.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it's enough to pad out a full-length feature film, especially these days.
Oh, the amount of music they threw in it pads it out.
I counted 18 distinct musical numbers in this film.
About 2 to 3 minutes
shut
each.
Yep.
Are you serious? Frozen had 3.
It's like 60% of the movie.
No,
Yeah,
you're absolutely right.
I'll stick with The Greatest Showman for my musical needs. Thank you very much.
And it's not a true musical in that way.
No,
I'll stick with
It's
Billy
literally-
Madison.
They just stop and start singing a song.
I actually dug the way they did that because it's through the narrative lens of what Arthur thinks a musical is, and the songs actually don't relate or progress the story because Arthur doesn't know how to do that. Because again, at the end of the first movie, I could not believe that Arthur Fleck could be Joker or a Joker or anything that could combat Batman because he's just too much of an idiot to be threatening at all. He is a fool who was so ignored by the city that he was able to get away with these crimes until he did it on television, to which that actually caused him his celebrity, but his celebrity is based off of essentially a lie.
Not to mention, I could argue from the first movie that there is no murder none of the murders he committed were innocent people being murdered innocently, right? There was no he was not like the real Joker is a cold-blooded killer he'll kill a child for laughs. That's the psychopathic Joker. That's the Heath Ledger Joker, where he's got fairies full of families and kids, and he's like, who's gonna blow up? I don't know.
See, I start from a different place on these movies. I'd never consider him the Joker.
No, should you? I think that's the point with
Yeah.
regards to this story, is that you're not supposed to consider him that.
Yeah,
Well-
which is why I didn't mind the first movie at all, because I didn't view him as
I
the,
see him
you know,
as
the
a
foil of
Joker, a
Batman.
character named Joker, but nothing to do with the Batman world, even
Yes,
though they
me
keep
too.
trying to throw things in like Harvey Dent and Harvey Bullock.
Well, there's a
And
fascinating
Harley Quinn.
inversion. Yeah, there's a fascinating inversion to this. So, for Batman fans and aficionados, the gimmick with the Joker is that the world presumes he is mentally unstable, criminally insane, and every time he gets caught, he goes to Arkham Asylum and never faces a criminal trial and never faces execution. But here, you actually have a character in Arthur Fleck who you could argue is actually mentally unstable, possibly could qualify under criminal insanity, yet the city of Gotham refuses to accept that because they just would rather kill him and execute him. And I think that's kind of a very brilliant take on it, because the Joker in the comics, he's too methodical. He's got a little bit of derangement, but the fact of the matter is he is pretending, or at least exaggerating, what he is doing to convey a narrative that he's insane, just so he can take advantage of the faulty justice system and never be killed by the state.
Well, he's what we like to call Slender, an agent of chaos.
But he's doing it deliberately, so, which basically means that he's also got order in his mind in order to execute it chaotically.
Right.
Yeah,
and that's what makes him really fascinating, because the only story that I can think of where Joker actually faces the electric chair is written by Chuck Dixon and Graham Nolan, and it's for a crime he didn't commit. And Batman has to actually save him because he shouldn't be executed for the crime he didn't commit. He should be executed for the crimes he did commit, yet he's never going to be tried on those crimes, based on the fact that Joker has convinced the entire world, even Batman, that he is a criminal. He's criminally insane.
Right.
And
which
that's
is funny. And comic book fans would know that the whole Kingdom Come storyline kicks off in terms of like narratively, where Superman separates himself from the world because the Joker kills Lois Lane.
Kills Lois. Yeah.
And a new hero, like the Joker, gets found criminally insane, and right, he's not going to do it. And Superman's just standing by, and because it's the justice system, right? Superman's a paragon of the system, and one of the new generations of heroes just straight up kills the Joker right on the steps of of the courthouse.
Yep.
And Superman takes him into custody, arrests him, is like, look, we can't, we're just because we have powers doesn't mean we can do what we want. And they do a trial, and the people acquit him because he killed the Joker, right? Who's going to convict a person for killing the Joker finally? But that at that point was when Superman said, this isn't my system anymore. I can't be what these people want me to want. And so he leaves, and then it kicks off the entire Kingdom Come story.
At what point does Joker rack up a big enough body count where he can be tried for war crimes, though? Right?
Well, in post-crises, in fact, even in the death of a family, he's given diplomatic immunity by being adopted as a citizen to an enemy nation, and so his entire criminal background is kind of wiped clean. And then he tries to gas the United Nations. And Superman comes in and saves it.
Wait, so you're saying he's a good guy?
I see what you did there. But yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is that is the joke, and that is one of the interesting questions that has not fully been explored, even though Grant Morrison has actually done podcasts about it, which is, well, why does the state refuse to execute the Joker when it's so obvious that he is a deranged lunatic and should not be allowed to live? And then fans want Batman to become Punisher and kill him, which is boring because we saw that to a degree with Jean-Paul Valley, and fans didn't like him, and they actually cheered when Batman came back and dethroned Jean-Paul Valley as Bat, and he went back to becoming Azrael.
Yep, and that's when it was with that version of the Batman that they actually did the crossover with the Punisher, because it was the first time it made sense to do a crossover with the Punisher, was when it was Jean-Paul Valley's version of Batman, because he basically was a Punisher, right, where he murdered criminals.
Yeah, they were both racking up a body count.
Well,
so
and as to where you started with that one, I think that's why part of the reason that works for this, that he's actually being tried for murder, and instead of, being able to use the insanity plea, is because they're using the late 70s, early 80s as the backdrop for this, the timeline for it. Even some of the things that they use as diagnosis for him would not be something they would use today in the same way.
well, actually, even today, legally, as far as I know, in the United States, there is a concept of criminal insanity, but medically in the United States, there is not.
Exactly.
And that's what causes a big problem with.
Yeah. So yeah,
But
and
they
legally
actually had an
speaking,
asylum back at this point too.
Right.
yeah, legally speaking, the threshold is basically men's like you have to have a mental understanding of right and wrong
Right.
to be able to be prosecuted. There's a case going on right now about a woman who did a horrific, terrible crime where she stabbed a small child and murdered him and stabbed the mother too. And the judge has found
What was he wearing?
It was a toddler, so I'm not going to make jokes about it. And the judge found her not competent, basically, that she does not have the mental competency to, because under the American system, you are expected to participate in your defense, right? The entire adversarial criminal system is based on confronting your accusers and being able to do that. And as a defendant, you have a role in directing your defense. And if you are not mentally capable, they will not allow a trial to go on. In this case, they make a big plot point of him being found mentally competent, and that springboards him to going to actual trial. Now, what goes on in this storyline where there's a point where the Joker represents himself and then in the courtroom dons the Joker makeup, there's no way that would ever fly in any courtroom in the entire United States. I don't care that they added a line from the judge saying he looked at judicial precedent, so he'll allow it.
Yeah,
No.
Judson versus the people. I'm like, yeah, come on.
No, this is that's ridiculous. I mean, that's the out of all the things that was getting me to suspend disbelief, like that was the thing that broke me the most. Like, no judge would do that, because that's instant reversible error, because it would have created a mistrial scenario with like people having a bias and prejudging
grounds for appeal. Everything.
Grounds for appeal. Judge should have recused himself after he made that claim. Like there's lots of areas, even for like the early '80s at that point.
Now, getting back to the concept of the way they do the movie, I don't mind that the like script was saying, the way they do the musical numbers. Arthur Fleck, we've known from the first movie, is completely mentally ill and lives in a fantasy realm and has complete sequences of fantasy in his own mind. The way they do these musical numbers are glaringly obvious, fantastical sequences of delusion. So,
yes, I just didn't find it interesting.
No, I mean, for me, it was the story. I thought that the movie was shot well, framed, like the technical side was perfectly fine.
Oh yeah. That take after when he's getting away and going to the car and stuff, that's one take.
Yeah, when he gets out of the car and does the run, and they're doing basically a one take, probably with a crane on a cart.
Well, like once they get him into the car, it's still one take, and even when he gets out of the car and follows it, because I was like paying really close attention to that. And then I texted an editor friend of mine, it's like, who saw it. I'm like, can you double check? Was I delusional? Was there a hidden cut there? Was that all one take? And he's like, yes, it's one take. And I was like, holy cow, it was beautifully shot. You don't see long oneers like that in movies these days.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, outside and what was the one 1918 where they did the whole movie as
the whole movie in one take? Yeah,
and I liked that just because I could the reason it worked for me was because it was in the service of the story, where it was designed to show you the relentlessness of war. You're just constant, like you're one constant movement in that trench warfare. So I thought it worked well for that story.
The Outpost had a couple of great runners as well, and I guess technically Deadpool had one.
Deadpool and Wolverine.
Yeah.
The multiple Deadpool.
Depending on what we're saying, how long the long runner.
I mean, that was a good minute and a half to 3 minutes of choreography.
Yeah, typically it's like greater than 3 minutes and less than 10, because it's based on the traditional real roll of film that you'd have on your camera. However, with digital, heck, even the earlier days, famous movie called The Russian Ark, 2-hour film, all one take. Then you mentioned 1918, is it? Or is it 1917? It's one of those two. It's the World War I film.
19 might be 1917,
and that was a really amazingly well shot movie.
Yeah, and this is where I get it, Shifty. They didn't film the entire movie at once, so there's there's cuts, but being able to frame and seamlessly edit it is still a technical achievement. So in that case, you're doing basically connected. You're probably filming 3 to 10 minutes depending at a time, and then marrying them up. It's a pretty good achievement.
Touch of Evil starts with a fantastic.
Oh yeah, that's one of the most famous ones, and I think because Orson Welles invented so much of that shit, he never gets credit. Like, for everybody who's listening, the reason people talk about Citizen Kane as the greatest movie of all time isn't because its story is the greatest story of all time. They invented so many standard techniques of filmmaking for that movie. You don't even understand.
They put cameras on zip lines essentially for that film. They dug out holes in ground to get shots because there's no lens that existed that could get that type of wide angle at that low piece at the point.
Also, Birth of a Nation had invented a lot of different techniques that are still used. That's a real thing.
Yeah, I don't want to bring that one up though.
Woodrow Wilson really liked it. So.
Oh, he did. He loved it for a lot of reasons.
Screened it in the White House.
I know. Terrible, man. So, all right, we've kind of covered basic. Brahma didn't like it because he just got bored. I didn't like it because of the way they took the story.
The story either. I mean, it's basically, like we all said, an FU to everybody from the first movie. So,
can you elaborate a little bit on that? Because I wasn't quite picking that up. I just want to know, were you guys expecting him to commit fully to the Joker persona? And
no, I just all right. So if I number one, I would have never made a sequel to this movie.
Me
to
too.
The first one.
Either,
I think that we too often, try to make things into franchises when one and done is just if you tell the story you're meant to, and the first Joker. The first Joker ended on for me, a great question. Did it happen? What is the narrate? There's so many questions because it's such a fantastical story of where he started to what happened. With his delusions in his mind, it makes perfect sense that he could have made that entire thing up in his own head.
Right.
So you've got, depending on how you take the first Joker, if you take the first Joker as, yes, he has a personality split and there is a Joker, and the second movie starts out basically telling you, yes, that is the correct answer because he's standing trial for these crimes that he committed as the Joker, then all you've got is a guy who finally built himself up in the first movie to actually have some confidence and go out and do something, even though it was something bad. But I mean, that's kind of where they took the first movie. And in this one, they spend the whole movie breaking him down to the point that he's even worse off than he was in the first movie.
Well,
and then ultimately killing him.
I think this is quite allegorical to the path of celebrity. Sometimes you get someone that gets very lucky. They have their 15 minutes. They go up. Let's look at Hawk Tuah Girl, for example, recently. She has now lost her identity and become this figure, this podcaster doing stuff. And
yeah, I saw some people doing I guess we call them X's now or whatever, where they're Hawk Tuah Girl explaining the Crusades and the biblical and the background. I was like, that is not what I would be listening to a podcast about from her. So
no, I thought she'd be talking about lubrication since that's her name.
That's her thing.
It's just so I think there's especially the Harley Quinn character.
Very Courtney Love like it, don't you think?
Oh, Courtney Love. Totally. Number one, allegedly, in my own opinion, Courtney Love killed Kurt Cobain.
He had too much heroin in his system to pull that trigger.
His journal was also just a normal writing until the handwriting changed into a suicide note later. So anyway,
quite convenient.
A lot of people in the last moments of their lives decide to start dotting their I's with little hearts. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of people in the last moments planning a divorce get that too. So, so she's interested, and the movie never. Obviously, Arthur is too. And it actually works with the way his character was in the first movie. This is a character that is desperate for love and acceptance.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen this. He needs this. Harley is well aware of that. at this point, if we're to believe the movie, he's had books written about him. His entire background and like child services
a TV
files now
movie made.
public. There's TV movies,
which may be a shot-for-shot version of Joker, the first one, as far as we know.
Yeah.
They do even reference dancing down the stairs, which
Yeah.
why would
they
that?
did reference that it was a horrible movie, so
Well, only one person said it was horrible. He has his fans.
yeah.
I'm glad other people are aware. Yeah. So yeah, but
I took it as Harley is a true believer.
no, to me, she's she is the
She's exploiting it, and she's able to get close to him, but she's a true believer.
She's a star effer. She's also a succubus, and she's working hard to mold Arthur Fleck into what her fantasy is, and it breaks him, and he can't sustain it.
Wait, are you telling me that a modern movie has a woman being the person of consequence and the man just does whatever she says?
Well, he has no agency.
I don't
in this
believe
movie.
it.
Well,
she
a
literally kicks everything into gear every single time.
Pretty much, but at the same time, even in the first film, Arthur Fleck only acts with agency out of a survival instinct, and he's not really put in any situations where he's forced to do that again until the very end. And even then, he's broken again when he finds Harley on those steps, and because he threw away the persona of Joker, she can no longer accept him.
See, I think they break each other. Is my
Was there
interpretation.
an after credit scene?
No.
I think they break each other. I think she's a true believer. She gives him his confidence back. He goes back in and becomes the Joker again. And then when he declares it was all just Arthur Fleck, that's when it breaks her.
Mm-hmm.
I think they break each other.
See,
I think she was a true believer in the Joker.
See, I disagree. I think she was upset that she lost her meal. Like it wasn't being a true believer. It was being, she was Joker's girlfriend, and that got her attention, fame, and it got her what she wanted. Not that she was a true believer.
Title, she naturally loses her title.
Correct. So it's not because she wasn't a true believer in the Joker and his up against the system, message. She was a believer in what it could do for her. And so she was upset that she was going to lose what she thought she was going to get. That was my interpretation, that she manipulated all these situations to be able to get attention for her, to get fame for her, and Arthur basically rejecting the Joker mantle destroyed her plans for her fame.
And I could
see it that way too.
I like how he rejected the Joker mantle in response to not only Mr. Puddles,
yeah, and what the guards did.
What the guards did, where they kind of reasserted what his place in society actually is.
Yeah, that was.
And by the way, Brendan Gleeson, best part of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
best actor in the movie.
And they were subtle, and this is one thing I'll give Todd Phillips credit for in the crafting of the movie. For me, I thought they made it pretty clear that Brendan Gleeson's character actually related strongly to the Joker character. Like, you could see it the way he, like when he did the music class, you can see he's singing, right? He thinks he should be. They're almost implying that he believes he's got talent and he's overlooked and he's stuck in this dead end Arkham job.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think there was a lot of tone, like a lot of implications where the reason he was upset with Arthur Fleck.
Oh, do you think that was the inspiration for the movie?
There's, there's a lot of similarity. Yeah. In the way Lady Gaga plays Harley Quinn, in my head in the theater when I was watching it, I did kind of think of Amber Heard a couple times.
Did she ever shit on his bed in the movie?
Metaphorically speaking.
Oh, yeah. Metaphorically, she right as soon as he drops and says he's Arthur Fleck and not Joker, that's when she kind of,
she gets up and walks out.
And Yeah, so the best scene in the movie for me, spoiler wise, and talking about was like you mentioned the Puddles
Puddles.
testimony
Yep.
when you can see how because him and Arthur had a genuine friendship and relationship. It was one of the few people Arthur clearly actually thought liked him and liked back as a friend in return,
Mhm.
which is why in the first
In a
movie,
twisted way.
well, I mean, in the first movie, you see that he never makes fun of him. It was the
Right.
other guy who was being a bully in the clown group, and when they go to the apartment, the other guy is bullying and then brings on the Joker retaliation, and even in full Joker mode, Arthur as Joker looks at Puddles and says, "You know, I liked you. I'm not going to do anything to you. Yeah, I'm good. We're
Yeah.
good. We're good, and I'll leave." And it was
Which is kind of what plays out in the courtroom scene too.
Yeah.
which
I
is
mean, he
why
says, "I
it's
let you live. That's how you know I was your friend."
yeah. But when I think why it's actually very powerful when Puddles tells him his view, which was you were the only guy who didn't make fun of me. You're the only guy who I thought was my friend, and I had to witness you become the most barbaric monster I've ever seen.
Yeah.
What do you think that's going to do to me? And I thought it was a nice way to, if you were going to have Arthur kind of break with the Joker persona, that was a good way to frame it.
And it
This
worked
movie,
well because Joker's putting on like old timey Southern lawyer accents and he's impersonating other type of TV lawyers. And as soon as that line from Mr. Puddles comes through, he drops all of it.
and he goes right to no questions, done.
And I
We're
think
done.
that's what the point of that scene was to show that that's where he finally realizes he's not the Joker.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not when she says it or, agrees with him and goes away, or not when she gets up, but when Puddles actually says the lines.
Exactly. So Puddles has actually destroyed the social narrative of what people interpreted Arthur Fleck of being, because he happened to be on live television and kill Robert De Niro's character. And they interpreted it as fighting against the system, all these other things that had way more. They manufactured their own depth as to what his actions were, as opposed to, unfortunately, the truth is that it was a very superficial, instinctual, emotional reaction to being made fun of by one of the most prominent late night hosts in the world, and he didn't like that. And I liked the fact that in the first movie that resonates with people, because sometimes, I mean, we as a society, when we're in large groups, we act like morons. We see something we like, we start, chanting and cheering for it and following through, and then we create a persona around that, and then we embolden ourselves around that until that hero is exposed for being something that they're not, in which case we then turn on that person. Like this is done with celebrities. Like, take a look at P. Diddy right now. I mean, people loved him. I never did. But then all of a sudden, people are like so quick to turn around and be like, yeah, he's horrible. I never liked his music, never did anything of that nature. And then he's just falling apart inside. He's going to jail. He's most definitely going to jail. And if he's convicted, good on the justice system there. But that is what Joker's kind of reflecting a little bit of, that when society can actually create a 15 minutes of fame fluke for one person, build them up to be something larger, and it's up to them to either maintain the persona and ride it out, or if the persona is bigger than they are, they collapse in on themselves, expose the truth, and then the rest of society kind of slowly starts to forget about who they are as time passes on.
And that brings up another allegory that has been talked about a little bit with both of the movies. That the Joker character is actually an allegory for Trump.
No,
I don't
and
buy
continued
that.
through this one.
Trump's
No.
never shot anyone on
No,
live.
the allegory for Trump and it was alleged was going to be Thomas Wayne was going to be a Trump.
Right, and then in this one, people are saying the Joker is.
But
because
I
his
think
cult
that
of personality
no,
isn't really
no.
the big name that he thinks he is.
No,
what
I
they're
think
saying.
that's silly. That's like a silly,
Josh, it's
ridiculous
damn near all of them.
interpretation. There's what this is a deconstruction of, from my standpoint, as from what Phillips was doing with this movie, was attacking fandom. This is my like you it's mostly summed up when the Joker is rescued by his fans after the bombing of the courthouse, and he's disgusted and runs away from them. It's basically, to me, it's like a clear cinematic symbolism of Phillips feeling like his story was captured by people who didn't get it, and he's running away from them. And he's trying to run towards the person he did get it, and that person only wanted to use him and throws him away. It's a pretty I mean, if you're with Todd Phillips as the writer director, you could basically extrapolate that to mean that he felt like the Joker got away from him the way it was done, and it's not really his anymore, and he's upset with that.
Well, I mean,
Okay, I had to
compelled by
look it
money
up.
for a sequel. That can ring true to it. I don't recall Phillips ever actually hating the audience for liking the first movie. I haven't read anything saying that he finds the audience that liked the first movie horrible. One of the
I had
aspects
to
that I
look
think
this
is
up.
common.
Do you guys know what folie à deux means?
Madness too.
Shared madness, yeah.
Yeah, shared psychotic disorder, a rare disorder characterized by sharing a delusion among two or more people in a close relationship. The inducer or primary, who has a psychotic disorder with delusions, influences another non-psychotic individual or more induced secondary based on a delusional belief.
I mean,
Okay, now I feel like the title is less is less. What was the word you used, Chad? Like that title makes
French.
sense.
Pretentious.
Yeah, I think it's less
it is.
pretentious and more pretty good. That's clever.
It's the problem with that is that Fleck clearly is mad, and I don't think that Harley.
You think they're both crazy?
No, I don't think Harley's crazy at all.
No,
I think she's a manipulative. See you next Tuesday, who is trying to get her own goal.
She's a woman, yes.
Yes, no, you're right, Matt. She is a manipulative woman who has done the folly.
You can just say woman.
Yeah, it's a little different.
By taking someone of mentally disordered, adopting his fantasy, playing it out to embolden him, and then when reality manages to break that fantasy, and she no longer sees a future there, she hightails it.
It's like when women, I'm a fan of that team as well. And then when they're over you, they're like, I hate that team. You know
Wait,
what I mean?
you don't own that Lamborghini? You just rented it for the night?
So the thing is, Folie à Deux fits the traditional Batman the Animated Series / comic book origin of Harley Quinn, where she was Dr. Harleen Quinzel, a young psychiatrist assigned to Arkham Asylum, that the Joker sucks into madness. And
Dude, that was such a better story.
That was a great story, yeah.
And that's where, like, the Joker breaks Harley. Like, she is an academic, well put together woman. Like, she knows, like, on paper she should know all the tricks that are coming. And the Joker's
and that's such a great thing about the Joker too, is that he can go to Harley Quinn and be like, I know crazy better than you do.
And only a sane person can really do that. And that's the joke.
Yep.
And that's why I don't like the title in this case, because I don't think Harley was never sucked into the Joker's madness. She was a calculating woman.
She was manipulating it.
Manipulating him every step of the way. To, like, there's even the part where she says you should go off your meds. Like, she's telling him,
You
like,
should go off your meds, you should fire your lawyer, you should do all these things. Everything he does is in response to something she tells him to do.
And these are all things
his Joker persona to take over, as opposed to the real Arthur Fleck, who is kind of growing a little bit throughout this film.
Yeah, so she doesn't care that doing all these things as the Joker in the courtroom is going to guarantee him getting the death penalty. She doesn't give a shit, because then she gets to be the Courtney Love surviving widow.
Yeah, the girlfriend of the Joker, who may or may not be carrying his child.
Yeah, so and I mean, So I don't think she like there was no shared madness. She never shared any madness. She was a she's a calculating
They both
sociopath.
brought their own to the table.
No, I don't think she was. I don't think in any way she would be qualified as mad. Like she's not mad. Mad as in psychotic.
She's not
She-
psychotic.
I don't know.
She's
She
just-
might be a
Depends-
sociopath, but she's not psychotic.
yeah.
Depends on the way you interpret this movie, though. Just like the last one could have multiple interpretations. This one, you
I mean,
can
but-
interpret it as she really did believe that if she got him to bring out the Joker personality, that he would be found insane, and that they could live it out in the
in the
asylum
hospital.
together.
Yeah. No, I actually
That
think
she
that is-
wouldn't be put to death because she thinks she can manipulate it to where he does get found insane instead of guilty.
Yes, I can easily interpret that part because it seems like a very plausible goal. Because so long as Arthur Fleck is alive, the legend will be further explored. Other people will have news
Right,
one-on-one interviews
copycats,
with him,
all-
and she
yeah.
will be able to exploit that for her own desire for attention. Because again, here's the other part too. It's an interesting trait. Arsonists are arsonists because they need attention, and she's an arsonist.
Right.
Except she wasn't. So
Well,
she
I mean,
she made up
does
an
even in the
entire
movie.
story. No, she made up an entire story about burning down a building, and then she lights the piano on fire as a way to get the Joker, Arthur Fleck, away from everybody else with her. I don't view I would say that we don't actually have any distinct evidence she's a genuine arsonist. She was creating chaos to get him alone.
yes,
Because she couldn't. That's not necessarily,
but
because she was an arsonist. That
No,
was
no,
just
no,
her
that's-
best opportunity.
that's not exactly what I was going for. I was basically saying that she picks the one crime that actually exposes what her actual motives are, the desire for attention, right? Because she could have done anything. She could have said, "I poisoned my mother," I smothered my father in bed in his hospital bed, having copied her the movie in Arthur Fleck. Of course, that part was probably not in the made for TV movie because he only admits that in court, but. You could see that she was manipulating him right away. I mean, with that very first thing, she repeats what Zazie Beetz does in the elevator, right? Just to, pull on the trigger on her head. And I think the story was that, you don't ever fall for the first woman that gives you attention.
Ain't that the
Man, a
truth?
lesson
Facts.
every man needs to learn.
Man, Script, you need to start doing seminars right outside basic training.
It's the only thing that can counteract post nut clarity is when it's the first, because even with that clarity, you still, you know what I mean? You don't see like, oh, okay, this is nice, but I'm sure there's more out there. Who knows?
So
Although it's
what-
perfectly okay if that is you.
Now,
You
Matt-
meet your one early on.
Mad, you'll appreciate this because when my younger brother-in-law enlisted in the army, I sat him down. I was like, "Here's a few lessons you need to learn." Number one,
No sex in the champagne room.
no, I said number one. There's gonna probably be clubs and/or strip clubs within the vicinity of your army base. Do not ever date the strippers, and definitely don't marry them. Number two, you're gonna get a signing
There's
bonus.
going to be
Don't-
used car lots.
Yeah,
Don't
that's what I
buy
said.
cars at
Yeah, it's
them.
like you're gonna get a signing bonus. Don't go to the car lots right outside the army base and decide you need a car. Somebody else you know is gonna do that. Just get a ride with them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
they're,
mean,
they're
I
going to
would-
have a 60% APR on that car for the next 40
I
years.
would say that you shouldn't date anyone within a 20-mile radius of your base. Like you need, because when we're at Hood, we would go to Austin, which you know what I mean.
You got to get pretty far away from the
Yeah.
base because all around the base is like low income, very ghetto fabulous. It's,
Yep.
You're
And
too
that's
close.
why a
You're
lot of
living
people
close
just
to
get
the
married
base.
young.
Yeah.
And they all know about that money, that
Yeah,
dependent money.
I'd say if you get 10 miles away from Fort Carson here, then yeah, you're getting into the normal part of Colorado Springs. So yeah, I could agree
Yeah.
with that because within that 10-mile zone,
Well,
Yeah,
then you got
not
the
pretty.
opposite.
Nothing but dependopotamuses.
No, they got the opposite. Slender. Those houses right outside Quantico are $1 million homes. So yeah, you can go either way.
Yeah, but that's Quantico. That's a different that's not an enlisted base per se. There's There's a lot of
FBI
DC
Academy is
around
right
that.
there too. So
Yeah,
it's on-
yeah. There's a lot of other stuff around there.
Well, one thing I remember learning just after I graduated from college, one of my friends, he was going to school in Kingston, and there's an army base out there. And he said he basically betted all of the army wives on that base because they all got married to their new recruits within that first year. And then they went out on deployment, and there's no men around. So they just fooled around with whomever because who the heck cares? It's not in their country.
And looking for that Jody.
That's what happened. And what was funny is that when I started going down to California during the summers, and I would visit, some army bases and stuff for research for shows and projects I was working on. One of the things you've kind of learned quickly is that, a lot of the army wives there, they're sleeping around with the local guys that aren't enlisted or aren't officers. And you're just like, wow, there's no loyalty.
Yeah. In insurance, I don't know how many times somebody's been deployed and then their newlywed wife with no kids starts sleeping with somebody else, lets all the insurance lapse. The guy gets back and he's like, what do you mean there's no insurance? What do you mean nothing's been paid for the past 8 months or a year?
And how come you're 6 months
constant.
pregnant?
Right.
Yeah.
All you got to remember is the magic number is you got to divorce that woman before 10 years.
Yep. As long as you haven't served half your career married to her, she's not entitled to that retirement. But if you hit 10 years, ooh.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, if you divorce her at 11 and you serve your 20, she's getting half your pension, man.
Yep.
And then if you get remarried, then the other wife will get money. You're really not getting.
I got to let the daughter know the rules then.
Yeah.
Well,
that assumes that it only really matters if they're going to make their 20.
Listen, I know you don't like him, but you're at 9.5 years. Just do another 6 months. It's a paycheck for life.
That's true. I mean,
it's just one more way that the government wants to fuck over
veterans.
Yep.
Had you ever heard that one script before, the 10-year rule?
Yeah, I've heard of that one. I do recall seeing a couple of amateur ticker tape parades for when one guy did get divorced after 4 years. Because he was on I think he was on like a 50. He was going to sign up for like 15 years or so or something of that nature.
Dude,
and he figured it out quick enough that he's like, I'm out. Let's do it.
I knew some old salts who they were married for like 15, nearly 20 years. Then they found out the wife was cheating on him while they were on deployment. I shit you not, one of them, he got out at 19 and a half. He's like, I mean, I was gonna do the full 20. I was gonna do another 2-year extension and finish out this thing, but I don't want that bitch to get half my retirement, so I'm just not gonna claim it.
That's one step from from those Reddit stories I listen to on YouTube where people like, here's how I took my revenge story against the wife who cheated. Now all this is to say,
women suck.
Oh. Yeah, and women suck, and the Harley of the Joker Folie à Deux is an Amber Heard more than a Mad Love Harley Quinn.
Yeah.
Like
she would have been perfect for it.
Amber Heard, I mean, she was perfect for the Stand remake TV show, and she still sucked in that. So, but
I think you're the only one that saw it.
Yeah.
I might be the only one who saw that on Paramount Plus.
That also had a whole bunch of really D-level CW actors in it too, if I'm not mistaken.
Wasn't Whoopi Goldberg in that?
She was the
Abigail.
Mother Abigail, and
I think that was enough reason to make me not watch it.
Jason Marsden, who's the one who played Cyclops? Not James Marsden. Jason Marsden.
Marsden.
Yeah, James Marsden.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Madsen.
was the
Marsden is the actor who's very right wing and got canceled.
Yeah,
you mean
Madsen, James
Marsden.
Madsen, I think or Matthew. Yeah.
So James Marsden is Cyclops. Matthew Marsden is British actor, acclimated American citizen. He's done a lot of work, even though he's been kind of canceled from Hollywood. He still gets work, still does other stuff. So it's good on him for that.
Yeah, James Marsden is the one who played Stu in the the lead in
Right.
And then there's
Gary
James
Sinise.
Marsters
Had,
Gary Sinise's character.
in
yeah.
Buffy.
Eric Myers, Paramount Plus had Mayor of Kingstown.
Very good.
I didn't mind Paramount Plus. Number one, they give you 4K and
Mhm.
the high quality digital sound. Like
I'm on
I
somebody's
used to
Plex.
love. Fuck you. Give me another drive and I'll do 4K movies. I'm sorry. 4K rips take a ton of space, man.
Yeah, they start at like
12 gigs.
Yeah,
anywhere
you're-
from 10 to 12 gigs, depending on the length of
Yeah.
the movie. Starting at
Whereas I can get a really nice, good view of a Blu-ray down to like 2 to 4 gigs. So,
Dude, I'm gonna go over to Chad's house at some point to hang out, and we're gonna go down into the basement to hit up the theater, and I'm gonna just notice like fog pouring out of that back room, and I'm gonna go back there, and it's gonna be nothing but server racks all the way to the back wall. I'm like,
and a couple of them is going to be labeled mad,
need
mad,
more storage.
amp.
Why is it 175 degrees in this room?
I'm still waiting on my 2 one-season shows that are not available anywhere to be uploaded, but you're still working on the 27th
He's
fucking season of
explained that
Star
there's
Trek.
a line.
there's like I get requests, man. I gotta
Yeah, I got all 20 seasons of Gunsmoke.
nice. That
which
was
is
I saw it at Walmart for like $60. I was like, my dad would probably like that. I should get that one.
What he wouldn't like is Joker 2.
No, he didn't. God help him. I don't think he
Going
did.
by those scores on the screen, it
You
doesn't
know.
seem like many people like Joker 2.
No, I
Well,
think
What is the Paramount goal when it comes to making a villain character? If you don't,
Making them
I'll
hateable.
answer for you. If you
Are we
don't know.
talking about like Paramount the studio or just
No.
the
No.
Paramount?
like
no,
your
main
The
Yeah,
overall
main
overarching goal.
So
that
the
tripped me
goal
up too.
is you want your audience to love to hate the character because ideally you want your audience to have a strong moral compass. Like we love to hate the Joker, just in general and all other forms and part because he's fun to watch, but you also like when he loses because
Well, I was gonna say that there's 2 ways you can go. You either gotta love to hate him, or you've got to have such a strong desire to see him pay for what he's done that you'll keep watching for that payoff at the end.
yeah, those two can be separate or married together quite easily. Yeah.
Yes.
And you want to know the scary part? Guess which form of entertainment encapsulated that theory the best?
Video games, obviously.
Pro wrestling.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the heel and baby face.
Well, pro wrestling and soap operas because they've used
Yeah.
the same formula. But
Yeah.
yes.
Because think
similar,
about
yeah.
it, most of the big heels in pro wrestling, depending on your age, if you saw him in person, you punch him in the face or kick him in the shin.
Can I tell you, I went to WrestleMania in Orlando. I think it was around, was it 2016, 2017, where Roman Reigns beat the Undertaker, and it ended a
The
streak.
streak.
Mm-hmm.
And
One of the worst decisions they ever made.
I did the package where you got the NXT Takeover, WrestleMania, then
The
the
meet and
and,
greet,
and
all
then the
that shit, yeah.
and the Monday Night Raw. I swear to God, the nuclear heat coming when Roman Reigns walked out at the beginning of Raw, and for 25 minutes, 20,000 people in that arena were screaming like "F you" so loud he couldn't even get anything out of the mic. Because everybody hated it. And then it was funny because I went back and watched the edited version that WWE put up where they made it look like he
Shifty
walked
says
it.
you're wrong, by the way. He says it's Brock Lesnar that ended that
Lesnar
streak.
may have ended it the year before.
Well, then he retired him. It was the retirement match where
Yeah, that
the
could have been it.
Undertaker
Yeah.
got out losing, where he folded up his jacket and hat and left it in the ring.
For the first time.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was where Taker's done. And he's going to come, but it's still, point being, like they edited it so it looked like he came out, said, "I'm the dog now," and then left. And like he's the big man. I was like, no, for 20 minutes, this guy kept trying to do his promo and he just couldn't get anything out. It was like,
Yeah.
and I still hate Roman Reigns. The man faked cancer to go shoot a movie. So, because he wanted to be in Hobbs and Shaw with The Rock.
So
He
script,
pulled a
if-
boogie. He pulled a boogie.
yeah.
Who?
Boogie.
The
That is
YouTuber.
a deep YouTube take right
No,
there.
it really isn't.
It's been going. It was just a major topic like 2 or 3 months ago.
I mean, a guy tattoos liar on his face. You're gonna,
Yeah.
it's gonna make some noise.
Oh,
So
that
Script,
guy.
when you were talking about the Paramount goal of creating a villain,
Mhm.
so from the people who think that Phillips was angry about how people interpreted the first film, I think it was that they were, I'm not sure, but most people seem to be sympathetic towards the villain for
Well-
the first Joker. And what the argument is in the second one is the reason he was deconstructing it was because, no, you weren't supposed to get that. You weren't supposed to like the villain.
Well, the irony is that in Joker, he's not a villain. He's actually the victim of society
He
that
is.
crushed and broke him.
He's the
Yeah.
victim,
And I would-
but he
I would
rises to
argue-
become
Society
the
is now
villain.
painting him a villain, and I would say Todd Phillips is trying to say, no, that's not what he's trying to say in Joker 2. Society is painting him as a villain that should be lauded and revered, and he's saying, well, that morally is wrong. I find it a little bit difficult to believe that he is trying to say that with regards to the fandom of itself, because as far as I can tell, everybody that liked the movie and what they were posting about the movie fell in line with the theme of the film, which is that society let this broken man down. And because he retaliated, the Fringe decided to build him up greater than what he actually was. But was that real, or was that his fantasy? Was that his coping mechanism for being, where he was in this asylum? And was everything that we just watched all in his head, or was it real? Now, this is the part of the sequel that kind of hurts the first one in the sense that, well, now we're being told it was real. And we have a society that is trying to build up Arthur Fleck, who is a defeated, mentally unstable person. And they're arguing that, no, he's not mentally unstable. He did this on purpose. He did this maliciously. He was not actually defending himself in some of these instances where, his lawyer, before he fires her, says that he was. And they're essentially trying to, from the perspective of the film, they're trying to say that this is the state that is going to execute a mentally disturbed person instead of giving him the help that he should be receiving. And that seems to be what the narrative is. And I can understand people interpreting it as like, oh, no, you should hate this guy. He's not what he's supposed to be. But there's a consistency between society letting him down the first movie and then now society going after him in this one.
You think maybe there's an interesting dichotomy there where it's a bit of a reflection on the fact that when he is the villain, everybody grew to love him, but the second he stops being the villain, everybody turns on him and hates him again?
Well, when he is the villain, he's a symbol.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, there's something very much to explore in there, because I can't really just... I still have to dwell more on this, and I might even go see it again, because I really do like the cinematography. The musical numbers are fine as they are, but they also reflect the fact that Joker, which goes into what his mother's saying, that he's just not funny, which is true to the character. He's also not imaginative or really creative, because every single musical number is actually a reflection of something that you've seen in a movie or in a 70s television show.
Yeah, Sonny and
shows how
Cher.
Sonny and Cher.
Damaged he is, because he could never just fantasize of something fresh or new.
Cable
He
Guy
knows
did
what he
that better.
knows. He's not intelligent enough to have imagination. He can only
did you,
insert himself in fantasy.
Did you catch Script when he was doing the fantasy where it was him and Harley getting married, that Puddles was his best man?
Yeah, I noticed that, because I'm like, that guy's really short. And I
didn't
completely
catch that
forgot who
one.
Puddles was until he was reintroduced.
So what would you have thought if they had him go full Joker, and maybe the way they did it was because she set it up. She said that she had bought the an apartment in his old building, so he knew where she was. Obviously, that's why he goes there at the end. But when he's leaving the message and she is pretending or maybe actually committing suicide, what if they had used that to actually drive him to be the Joker? Do you think that would have been better received?
It might have been, but it would have been inauthentic, because he's not an intelligent enough character to be a threat to really anyone. Like, that's the thing. He's not methodical. He's instinctive and lucky.
Right,
And-
but you take it out of the Batman universe and just have it like it originally
Just have
was,
it this
a
one?
standalone Joker. He's just a character called the Joker.
I mean,
they tried to go too far into the Batman thing, I think.
I think you're right there. I think the other part too is that, unfortunately, this movie and even the first one, by and large, kind of failed to define what Joker actually is.
I think they were, and this is where at the end, with the way it ended, they were going to basically trying to say that he was being supplanted. Like what he started creates the idea of the Joker, and then a true agent of chaos comes to take the mantle and embrace it in a way he wouldn't.
Right. I mean, that's where they
Which,
were going with it.
yeah,
at
which
the
is
end, yeah.
I don't know if I like especially what's weird for me is almost like they were trying to tie it into the Heath Ledger Joker with the way he
Right, which was
cut
stupid.
into his face
The Glasgow smile.
after he did it. I think that was, I mean, you didn't need to do that. You've already got him like sitting there laughing, doing the Joker laugh, doing the I don't like the idea of like trying to tie this like it's still tangentially related somehow to the like Dark Knight version.
Right. I don't like
Batman.
it tied into the Batman stuff at all. I mean, I get that they're using the Joker as a name, but I don't think it in any way reflects the actual character of the Joker.
And I don't think
I
it's
agree with
intended
that.
to, and I think that's where the fun comes from in this area.
In the first one, I don't think
Definitely
it
in the
came.
first one, yeah.
I don't think it was there in the second one.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, I'm still I really do like the idea, the fact that you have the inverse of how Gotham treats the Joker and how the legal system treats the Joker compared to the comics and other media interpretation, where he is, from the audience perspective, objectively not mentally fit to stand trial, and yet they're going to send him to trial and do so with the goal of getting the death penalty. And then he's also convicted for it, so they were going to execute him.
Right.
And I find that be like that kind of that interpretation, like that societal interpretation, not the Joker interpretation, but that societal interpretation would make far more sense within the Detective Comics universe than what is currently being used. And I think it's funny that in this film here, they're playing it out and they're essentially going to execute a mentally unstable person, as opposed to, again, what the theme of the first movie is if he was just getting the help he needed, he would never have been in a position where he would have murdered these people. And now that he's not getting the help that he's needed, the city is going to murder him.
It is funny how the first movie can be viewed as an interpretation of the One Bad Day Joker origin.
Right.
Just taken to the nth degree with a few liberties beyond that. And I know that I think it was Jeff Johns who played with that, where he basically chose that to be the origin he liked for when he did Death in the Family. Or no, Death of the Family. They've used that name so many times.
Death of the Family, I think, was Scott Snyder.
Was that Scott Snyder? Okay, so then it was Scott Snyder, because there's the part where in that storyline, the Joker knows Bruce Wayne is Batman, and he doesn't care. He just wants to play, right? So he wants his foil. He's not going to blow up Batman's spot by telling everybody he's Bruce Wayne, and to gain some
he's
of
a bro.
That is a bro move.
And then to prove to the to his to the Batman family, Batman's like, you don't think I knew who the Joker was? I've known since like a month into him being active, because he like shows them where he put the Joker's family in witness protection so he'd never find them, and going with the the One Bad Day where he actually had a wife and kid.
Yeah, I wasn't I wasn't too impressed with that.
What did you think of the Three Jokers one? Did you read that one?
Yeah, I thought it was an interesting gimmick, but it just, I don't know. I mean, I've been struggling a lot with Detective Comics Batman interpretations since the mid to late 80s, really. Just because
basically after Neil Adams, you were like, what who do these guys get?
When Denny O'Neil became editor of Batman Comics and he started doing Legends of the Dark Knight, that was really cool. But for some reason, and I understand why, because they're following the money, DC Editorial wanted to change what Batman was because Frank Miller basically broke the world with his Dark Knight Returns miniseries. And And
Which
what
I
we've been
still
getting
don't-
with
yeah.
every 5 years is, as I mentioned earlier, a Batman that is inching closer and closer and closer to becoming more like the Punisher, and further away from becoming Batman. And in media, with the exclusion of Batman the Animated Series, the feature films have been doing kind of the same thing. And in order to replicate something like the animated series in live action, it unfortunately comes with a very hefty budget that might make it very difficult for studios to make their money back on that, because when you're doesn't matter what you're putting on an animation cell, the cost is pretty much the same in set. But if you want to do Man-Bat in live action, you've got to
Ooh, that
worry
would-
about
yeah.
special effects, CGI
Yeah, you're gonna be
models,
paying out for
in-person models.
CGI or
I was gonna say that better be practical effects if you do Man-Bat.
Yeah,
I don't
well,
want
you definitely have to
CGI.
have a practical effect model in there as well.
Yeah.
Same thing for like Clayface, Killer Croc, Gentleman Ghost. I mean, Denny O'Neil, when he reinvented Batman in the Bronze Age, the first story he did with Neil Adams was Gentleman Ghost, and it was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see a Clayface. You know, I would because it's such a effects intensive villain. You have it's like one of the few you haven't seen put up there.
and out of the ones
And you can
mentioned,
you can do
Adventure
it both.
Croc would be easiest to do.
You can do it both intense and effective, but you can also play around with it because you just get a group of actors that Clayface morphs into, and all you have to worry about
Yep.
is the morphing effect on that part. But what if you get into like a cool set piece where you have Clayface in his mud form, if you want to go that version of him, you know, which is I think Clayface 2 or 3, I can't remember.
Something like that.
Dude,
Yeah.
that'd be an amazing fight scene too if he was fighting like different people as Clayface was shifting
Yeah.
in the midst of a fight,
Oh god, that'd be so cool.
jumping in and out of a crowd. Like maybe they're actually fighting in like a crowded like club,
Or
and
he's just
people are
chasing
running
him.
and panicking, and yeah, and it's all happened. Oh, that'd be cool. That
But
could be.
you know what the
that
funny
could be
thing
neat.
is that we've seen shapeshifter, we've seen that technique in shapeshifter stories before, but when you do it with Clayface, you can have a little bit more fun with it. And then on top of that, like you also get to have a fun mystery. Like who can you trust? You've got like a little bit of the thing there. Like you don't know which guy's Clayface.
Or more like more like Fallen with Denzel Washington, right?
Oh yeah,
Where
I
the
love
guy was
Fallen.
executed in
could
his
end up
spirit.
being Clayface could turn into the butler.
Yeah, you could turn into Alfred. He could turn
Yeah.
into Commissioner Gordon. He could turn into anybody. He could turn into Bruce Wayne while Batman is going after him, which again, the animated series did.
I just think like you said, the movies have been going. I had a lot of things I actually liked about the Batman with Robert Pattinson, but one thing I didn't like was when he was beating the crap out of the guy and he was like, "I am vengeance." Like, no, Batman's not like reveling in beating the crap. Like he's not doing it because he's enjoying it. He's like he's calculating and he's doing it to send messages. He's not like.
I really liked the Dark Knight trilogy. I don't know if we'll ever get anything.
Oh, go
that's
ahead. Yeah,
bad
yeah,
as that.
please. Love it. Listen, that is basically Christopher Nolan has subtly admitted this, but he's basically said his Dark Knight trilogy is he couldn't get James Bond, so he just did James Bond stories and put him in a Batman costume.
Which
It
is
works.
why
It freaking worked.
He made it work.
I just hated that like the first. All right, so the reason one of the things I liked about the Batman was they actually showed him trying to be a detective for once in one of these movies.
Yes, even though it was some
It was
shit.
simplistic, but I even liked back in the Keaton one where he was trying to like break down the formula. Like they showed
He
him,
was a detective in Keaton, but they kind of skipped the process and just got to the result. Yeah.
yeah, where he's like, these chemicals on their own.
They
but
did a
mixed
little of
together.
that in the Dark Knight trilogy when he's like, "I need 10 minutes with the scene before you guys contaminate it," and he's
Bullshit.
rebuilding bullets and
Yeah.
shit.
He does the dumbest thing ever, which is he pulls a thumbprint off of the slug of a bullet that doesn't exist because that's
I
part of
don't disagree that it was dumb, but I am saying he did detective shit and he used his money to do it.
You're not wrong there. Yes. But
Well,
that
the
goes
problem
back
with-
to Christopher Nolan and the fact that like I'm Canadian. We're not a huge gun loving culture up here, but we do know a lot about guns, and we know enough that if everything that Christopher Nolan does with bullets is always wrong. Like even in Tenet, it's always wrong.
100%.
Yeah, Tenet was horrible. This lamp shading motherfucker, he's like, "Oh, so how does this work? You don't need to know how it works. Just go with it." What?
No, let's have
He
Michael
just
Caine
went with the
speak
Austin
for 30
Powers
minutes
system.
straight.
It's like all right, it's time travel. You're gonna have a good time with it. Just bend the bullet. You're good.
But they
Let's go.
literally say it in the movie though, when the lady was going over the time bullshit with the weapon or whatever, and he's like, "How does this work?" And she just goes, you don't need to know about it. That's a great question for another time, kind of a thing.
It's above your pay grade there, Grunt.
Yes,
Hey,
you, Mr.
Elf kid.
Don't
Protagonist.
worry about what the trigger does.
By the way, man, I like Denzel's kid. I think he's okay, but
Yeah, I do too. I
he's-
like him.
he still doesn't have the charisma, man. He doesn't command the presence.
So you know what's a fun fact about him is that he actually cannot act to save his life, but he knows how to pick a really great script because he's the one that Denzel would talk to him about what roles Denzel would take. And that's why Denzel became Denzel essentially, because his kid was like, "No, this story is great, Dad. You got to do it." And Denzel would do it, and then he would, blow people away with his
It
performance.
explains why his '80s movie choices were not as great.
Yeah,
How
because the
dare you.
'90s and the early 2000s, that's when he
like,
shone. Yeah.
Hey Denzel, why'd you do Carbon Copy again?
Hey,
So
Denzel, we got this great
Denzel went
movie.
the opposite
Classic.
route of Samuel L. Jackson, who was
Hey.
just like, "Is this a script?" And they're like, "Well, it's not really a script; it's more of an idea." And he's like, "I'm in."
Hey, Denzel, we got a two-hander with you and Russell Crowe. I'm on board.
Denzel's kid is allegedly.
What was that
linked
movie with
the
him
Diddy
and Russell
stuff.
Crowe?
Which one? Virtuosity?
That's the one.
Or
Virtuosity.
Virtuosity is great.
I would love.
Oh,
to
I
see a
forgot they
sequel
did
to
a good
that.
movie later on.
They also did American Gangster.
Yeah.
That's when Fat Russell Crowe entered the picture. So
My favorite.
if you compare, I mean,
The,
I would bet
Batman
that
made him feel like a cosplayer hanging out with the cops.
Batman movies outside of Burton's Batman movies are, I mean, I enjoy them, but they're not like
Gotham looked really good in Burton's Batman.
Yeah.
Batman
but
movies.
but
I
the
gotta give it
Batman,
that.
but they're still really they're Burton and like more than Batman. It's
Yeah,
like-
I'm
They
not
are.
a
They are
Burton
Burton.
fan.
They are Burton. I'll give
I'm
you
His
a
that.
fan
version
of
of-
a few things, but not his overall aesthetic.
I mean,
can't
the
name
only
one.
thing that Brahma really loves about Burton's Batmans is bringing Walken into the picture. Chip, my
True.
son.
Dude, if
Come
you bring
on.
Walken in, you're gonna make it better. It's just
Brahma,
it's an improvement. Automatic.
You have to see Communion with Walken. They just let him do whatever they want, and it's bananas.
The one you were showing
Okay,
earlier.
yeah,
I'll have
hold
to
on.
watch it.
Here's one for you, Matt. Wasn't Russell Crowe also in a B movie cop thing? Like the amount of B cop movies that Russell Crowe's been in at this point are just.
I mean, my
crazy.
God, I don't even know.
He's no, because he's one of those guys where you'll just see them suddenly show up on a streaming service now. It's like Russell Crowe made another movie.
Oh, he was in that really good movie that came out on Netflix. He was a
Pilot?
drone operator.
Or plane? No.
He was a drone operator. I forgot the name of it. Oh, Land of Bad, I think is what it was, and it was really good. Nobody saw it, even though I recommended it everywhere.
Man, if you want to see one of the saddest things in Hollywood history, it was when Sean Young was trying to publicly go after the Catwoman role for Batman Returns. They ended up casting Michelle Pfeiffer, and she was great. But the clips of her are some of the cringiest daytime TV and like Hollywood things you'll ever see, and it was sad. I'm sure Script's seen those, right? With those
Oh,
the
yeah.
footage of Sean Young showed up like in the cat suit with the ears, like I'll be Catwoman. Come on,
Well,
cast
she
me."
was promised that because she broke her arm, I think, riding a horse for the horse scene that was eventually cut from the first Batman film because she was going to be Vicky Vale. And even though the contract wasn't signed for the role, she went down there under the assumption that she just had to remind Tim
She
Burton
already
and
had it.
Co. that she's ready for the role and she can do it. And she went a little eccentric, needless to say.
But she was
And-
not in Dune.
It was who was it? Annette Bening was actually going to be Catwoman, but she became pregnant, and then so they went to Michelle Pfeiffer. I'm glad they went with Michelle Pfeiffer because I despise Annette Bening. I think she's an overactor. I haven't seen her play a subtle role ever, or at least can't remember one. I've have seen her play.
Who?
Yeah,
Now I've
Annette
got to look
Bening.
up Annette Bening.
Annette Bening
he was
the wife
the
in
mom.
American Beauty.
Yeah, the wife in American Beauty. She was in Bugsy. She was.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Bugsy's. Yeah, that's where her and Warren Beatty met.
I mean, could you name two more obscure movies?
Obscure. Bugsy and American Beauty were
Well, not
Huge
American
Oscar
Beauty, but I
nominated.
never watched it. But Bugsy, who the fuck remembers
No,
Bugsy? Is that
you
one?
watch freaking Christopher Walken movies where he's nuts.
So Christopher
Wasn't
Walken
Bugsy
movie.
like a cat that you played in a video
Oh, here,
game?
Matt, here's
something?
one for you. In Captain Marvel, she was,
She was Marvel.
Yeah, she was the.
That's Slender. That's Bubsy, not Bugsy.
Oh, here you go, Matt.
oh,
She was in Open
Bugsy.
Range. You remember Open Range?
Yeah, I
Kevin
remember Open
Costner?
Range. That was
She
awesome.
was the woman that Kevin Costner was in love with.
Like I paid attention to them. But I get what you're saying.
Do you remember Siege with Denzel?
Yes.
And, all right, she was the female FBI person.
No, she
You forget,
wasn't.
Mad doesn't
I
look
thought that
at
was.
women.
Hold on. I thought that was the one from In the Cut. No.
No, that
I'm
was
thinking of
Renee
Meg
Russo.
Ryan.
You're thinking of Renee Russo.
Along Came a Spider. Did all those movies with Denzel Washington?
That was Ashley Judd. No,
Yeah, that's
it
not her
wasn't
in the.
No,
No.
the Siege was Annette Bening.
Oh, okay. Well, they all look the same to me.
By the
Ashley
way,
Judd and Annette Bening look quite a bit dissimilar.
Yeah,
by the way,
Benny looks more like Alec Baldwin than Ashley Judd.
when you watch The Siege, which came out in 1998 after 9/11, you're pretty much universally like, yeah, Bruce Willis was pretty right on this. I think we're okay.
Oh, actually, Mad, you reminded me of something. I'm going to make a quick plug for Ascendant Arcade. If you haven't watched the second highlight reel for the Phasmophobia playthroughs, and you've always wanted to hear Mad talk about his girl dick, you
Wait,
should go
what?
see that video.
Isn't that called
Wait,
a
what?
clitoris?
I don't even remember talking
about
about
to say
it.
too, man. I think the developers of Phasmophobia had you in mind. We had a female ghost who was haunting a laundry room the other night.
A girl
Oh,
dick.
yeah.
I don't remember that.
Are we still
Oh.
talking Joker, or are we done?
No, I'm about to take it off the screen.
Watch
Yeah.
The Wolves. It's a great fucking bro movie.
I was my highlight of me playing with Matt on Phasmophobia was Mad being in the ghost room, and when he's not looking, I came up from behind and slammed the door shut right behind him, and he's like, "What's going on?" And like, losing his mind. And then I start laughing. He's like, "Did you fucking close that door?" He's like, "Yeah, I did." Thought,
Fire
whoa.
truck.
I was about to. All right, there we
That's
go.
a good mic you got there picking that up.
He's in
I'm
his,
in the garage,
yeah.
so all the street noise comes through. I have to mute constantly for
Who are you
motorcycle
going to call?
fire
Not
trucks.
us.
No, it's Ghost Bros.
Yeah.
Ghost Bros.
Ghost Bros!
That's
You
after
should
we're
go-
dead.
You should go on one of those AI song generators and make a Ghost Bros song.
Oh, boy.
Am I the only one that saw The Wolves? Or Wolves?
Yes.
Wolves. Yeah, I want to actually check that out Tuesday.
I really enjoyed it. It's a simple tale about meeting your best bro, and then through the power of broness overcoming obstacles. It's that's what it is. It's just two bros,
That was,
man. They
that was an
meet.
award-winning tweet.
Thank you. Oh, well, it has been picked up by their marketing team. That is a
Yes.
true thing that happened.
And you will prove it right now by sharing your screen.
I already have.
Oh no, he did.
Yeah.
You don't.
He's shown
all right,
us.
So script,
in
you got to
DMs.
understand. If anyone of even
If,
tangential
anyone
note
gives Matt attention,
gives
he
Matt
comes
attention.
running and
How
tells everyone.
dare you? Lou Diamond Phillips, a very close friend of mine, liked my tweet.
Let's put it this way. Matt
About his
showed
movie,
us
The
something
Bats.
he's been working on this morning, and we were both like, it could probably be a little better. He hasn't talked to us all day since we mentioned that.
It was just proof of concept, you fuckers. You don't have to tear it
And I'm
apart.
still waiting for Mad to hop in one night and go, "Yeah, I got a cease and desist letter." "Oh yeah, from who?" "Lou Diamond Phillips. He said I had to stop calling him this, my friend."
No, it's not a cease and desist. It's going to be a restraining order. Like, please stop. So,
Can't get within 500 yards.
How
Matt
dare
is
Eric
still
Fine.
desperately trying to get John Cena's attention on Twitter
but you
John
can't see
Cena?
him.
Why the fuck would you say that?
because
Because
he
he-
follows everybody.
Everybody back, yeah.
Oh,
I know that our boy Matt is followed by Neil Breen.
That is
and
true.
It's not that Neil Breen will follow anyone who follows him.
why would you even bring it up? You make it sound as if that's what he does, which it is
Neil
not.
Breton's got 40 followers and follows 50.
Yeah. Eric Myers is, I'm probably not going to see The Wild Robot, but sure going to see Venom. Wild Robot, my wife and son went and saw it and thought it was amazing. So,
I've heard nothing bad about it yet.
no,
Yeah.
I
Yeah, but
I
I'm not
think
the
I'm-
target demographic, I don't think. So.
I think I'm right on
No.
in comparing it to Iron Giant, but this time it seems to be
Probably.
actually a movie making money, which is nice. which is good.
That's
Is
a good way
Venom
to
coming
start.
out?
Venom comes out this month.
Really?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
the Last Dance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the Venom movies are throwbacks to '90s superhero movies for me, just with better effects. So
Well, Sony's still stuck in the 90s, so that makes all the sense in the world.
I wish they could get stuck in the 80s and still be doing cocaine so we'd get good movies.
Cocaine makes better movies. We all know this.
Just like it makes better rock and roll music.
Yeah.
Also true.
When
yeah, it's
when
it
we lost
reminds
Tony Scott, that was
oh Tony Scott. I mean, nobody made a movie, an action movie with sweaty men like Tony Scott. Like if
Tony
you go
Scott
watch
was
his,
the talented Scott brother.
Yeah.
Truth. Like when it comes to narrative and
the
getting
wrong one died.
Wrong kid died.
what is he? Tony Scott, did he do Top Gun?
Yes, he did.
He did Top Gun,
Days of Thunder.
Days of Thunder, Crimson Tide.
Yep.
I think I don't like Domino, the movie with
No
Keira
one
Knightley,
did.
that much, but I mean it was definitely a Tony Scott movie. He did what was the one with the train?
Unstoppable.
Unstoppable
Yeah.
with Denzel and Chris Pine. That one was really good.
Okay,
It's
Eric
true,
Myers
romance
has
is
made a
great.
comment that has made me have an epiphany. Right? The problem with modern movies is you always want to subvert expectations, so the trailer can't tell you what the fucking movie's about anymore.
Or it gives you the whole movie.
Real quick, Unstoppable was his last movie that he made, but he also made Man on Fire. I mean, we can't not mention that. Spy Game, Enemy of the State.
He did a pretty solid remake for the taking of Felon 1, 2, 3, although I
Yeah.
do prefer the Walter Matthau version.
I like the recent version.
Yeah.
Let's see.
The Last Boy Scout is one of the greatest action movies of all time.
Deja Vu is an underrated action movie.
Oh,
Yeah,
him
I
and Val Kilmer and Denzel in that one, right?
Yeah, that was good. Man on Fire. Oh, Man on Fire is fantastic.
Oh, dude, The Fan. Do you remember The
Yeah.
Fan?
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
with Wesley Snipes
like,
and Robert De Niro.
Yeah.
Yep. Last Boy Scout. Oh, that's my favorite. That might be my favorite
What the fuck?
Shane Black movie.
Matt
I'm
literally
a
just
huge-
said that 45
I
seconds
know.
ago.
I am a huge fan of Shane Black. He can do no wrong. Iron Man 3 fucking rocks.
It is a Shane Black. If you watch it as a Shane Black movie and not an Iron Man movie, it's great.
Makes a big difference. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I will say I really liked Iron Man 3. The
Because
whole
you have
like the
taste.
whole I don't know. There was a more human element to his development in that one that I really liked. I thoroughly enjoyed Iron Man 3. A lot better than the second one in my opinion.
It was a better character study. Like it was the first time I'd seen pretty good representation of like you were just in the Battle of New York. You just went through a wormhole with a nuclear warhead. The Hulk had to scream you back to life. You might have some mental baggage after that stuff.
By the way,
I
Tony
prefer
Scott was
my
in
superheroes to be superheroes.
He was
Tony
a
Scott.
superhero.
Tony Scott was also the executive producer on The Gray, one of my favorite all-time movies.
I mean, he did Beverly Hills Cop 2, which I think is actually better than Beverly Hills Cop 1. I think it's one where a sequel surpassed the original. I think the action in it was better.
Oh no, the
So-
action in the sequel was better. I think the
Yeah.
plot and the character stuff was superior in number one.
Yep, I agree. Yeah,
And he
number
got
one
to
was
like
better.
try to shoot it. Who was the one who ended up shooting Brigitte Nielsen in the second one? Was it
Was it John Ashton or?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Rest in peace. He just passed away.
Yeah,
Was
yeah.
it last week?
wasn't it?
Yeah.
And they had just done the Axel, movie.
Axel F.
Which I
Yeah.
liked. I thought it was
Yeah,
pretty good.
I am not on the same page as Tom and some of the other people who hated it. I thought it was
No, I didn't hate it either. I thought it.
Nuh-uh.
thought it was perfectly fine.
I mean, the thing is, the daughter is like she's not the girl boss you think she is. She's just being a pain in the ass because she has a
Yeah.
lot of anger. But Eddie doesn't give up trying to win her back, and I think that's kind of like what the point of the film was. And although there definitely could have been better ways to get some of that information across, I think it did it well. My only complaint was that Taggart was a little bit too stubborn in his foolishness, which I understand that's kind of like what his character's device is used as in those movies, but it just felt a little it felt a little extra contrived given that he's like the chief of police.
Yeah.
But aside from that, I thought it was a really good comeback film, and I liked the ending a lot. Like, I really liked the ending a lot, even though there were some weird editing glitches. Like, they go from day to night to day when they rescue Judge Reinhold's character, whose name's escaping me at the moment. Rosewood, when they're rescuing Rosewood.
Right.
And it feels like there's an extra set piece that they ended up having to cut because probably the footage didn't work as useful as they needed to. But Kevin Bacon was also pretty awesome there. I liked how he was chewing the scenery.
Looks like Josh Hammond might be stepping away. Thanks for hanging out.
Good night, Josh.
Always.
Hi, Josh.
He did say in his last one, like all
See-
3 Iron Man movies equally. Perfectly acceptable opinion. Don't ever have to feel bad about that.
Yeah.
I would put one overall, one over the other two easily.
Yeah.
Me,
I mean,
personally,
I think
I don't know.
the second.
I put 3 on the same level as 1. The second one with the whip thing, it was a lot of weird.
The second
shit
one
going
got
on.
trapped in the fact that Kevin Feige was trying to use that to jumpstart so many different threads.
And
Yeah.
Disney was terrified to do the alcohol demon in the bottle storyline. Like Disney Disney got in right under the wire of pre-production of that film, because all the other ones, Captain America, Thor, they were kind of pretty much wrapped production, or at least further along in production than Iron Man 2 was at the time.
Like they'd reached the no going back event horizon, so to speak.
Yeah, pretty much. They basically, it's like, this is out of Disney's hands at this point, so they can't do anything. But Iron Man 2 was like, Jon Favreau was like, I'm doing Demon in the Bottle, and Paramount was like, yeah, cool, we like that. And then Disney comes and says, well, we've actually got the franchise now, even though Paramount's going to be distributing these films all the way up until the end of Avengers. And Disney, under Bob Iger especially, and even under Eisner before him, we don't like having our main characters be alcoholics, so you can't do that. And Favreau's like,
and you can see
not?
so many threads in that movie where that was the plot they were gonna go with. Like, he's constantly carrying around a bottle,
yeah,
like in scenes, and where he's in the party where he's just off his rocker drunk. I mean, there's a lot of elements.
It makes a lot of sense too, because like it's always been something interesting to me, because Tony Stark is one of those characters that he doesn't have superpowers. He's not a fucking super technically, he made a kick-ass suit, but
he's an inventor and he's rich.
Yeah, and I always feel like those people, it's interesting to see how it hits them different to find themselves in those kind of situations.
That's what I loved about Hawkeye.
I thought the saving grace of Iron Man 2 is Sam Rockwell. I love that dude in almost anything.
He wasn't ever really a threat. He wasn't a real
Did you ever
rival.
see his indie film that he did, which was about chemistry, Better Love? Oh no, what was it? Something, Better Love Through Chemistry.
I haven't seen it yet.
He plays a pharmacist. I think it was done like 10, 15 years ago. It's an older film, but he plays a pharmacist who gets jealous of this guy that might be seducing his wife. He doesn't know, and he ends up using these drugs to help him be a better cyclist, so he can actually beat this guy and also win over his wife, who hasn't cheated on him yet, but like he's worried about that could be the case.
Ooh, yes.
Does he dance?
That's an operative word.
Does he dance? I think he might have a dance number in that. I gotta double check, because
I think his thing is has there ever been a role where he doesn't bust out into a dance at some point?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
True.
Yeah, I'd have to see it.
You've never seen Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
We've been over this.
Yeah, we have had this conversation like a dozen.
It's the one mark of shame Brahma truly has.
I didn't do it. It wasn't me. I'm gonna bring him back because
mark of shame. I haven't seen any of the Beverly Hills Cops either.
Oh, you just want people to hate you on the internet.
And you wonder why the ghost kills you every time we play Phasmophobia.
No shit. This is why dead people don't like you.
Do you have any more horrendously bad takes to share that I can just keep kicking you off the show?
Likely, keep naming movies.
I mean, this is becoming the point.
Jurassic Park. You've seen Jurassic Park, right?
Yes.
Okay.
This is the end where he's like, "Do you hate movies that are universally beloved, like Forrest Gump?" Well, I have problems with
I didn't
Forrest
say I
Gump.
hate them. I said I haven't seen them.
If you're actively at this point in your life, given your age, if you haven't watched them, it's you're choosing.
Given
to
my
avoid them.
age, I never watched Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the cartoon, either.
You would have been 10 when the
I'm
movie came out. You
you
should
and
have.
I was
How are
watching
you
that
not?
movie in
If you
school.
never watched the cartoon, why would you
Motherfucker.
give a crap about the movie?
Oh, God.
You would have been 7 when
Oh.
the cartoon came out if you were 10 when the movie came out.
I was born
Yeah,
in
right?
81.
I went
Yeah.
to
Yes,
Teenage
Eric,
Mutant
I've
Ninja
seen The
Turtles.
Last Starfighter, one of the best movies ever made.
I went to the Coming Out of Their Shells concert
So
when
did
I was a
I.
kid. First
I
concert
did
I ever went
too.
to.
God.
And that puts you 5 years behind me in age.
I am the same age as
Okay,
you, and I
I'm
went
gonna
to
end
that
this
show
right now, Chad.
Yeah, I'm the same age too.
I'm older than you.
Coming
Teenage Mutant
out
Ninja
of
Turtles
the
came out when I was in
shells.
elementary school.
I'm only
Yeah.
3 years younger than Brahma, and I remember watching all those stuff too.
Right?
I was a little bit too old for
I watched
Power
G.I.
Rangers.
Joe and Thundercats.
At the age of 10, Brahma was
Yeah,
Brahma
you were
was
born in
effectively 40.
Hold on, time out. G.I. Joe started in like 1983, which
Yeah.
means you were 2.
Yep. And I was
So-
getting the Saturday morning cartoons that I was getting was G.I. Joe and Thundercats. Then later, DuckTales.
DuckTales started the same time as Ninja
Tailspin.
Turtles, and so did Tailspin. Those were 87 and
Doesn't
88.
What about the
matter. That's
animated
what was
X-Men
on
cartoon?
what I was watching for Saturday morning cartoons.
Animated X-Men cartoon?
Yeah. That was later.
That was on Fox, and it came on an hour after the Ninja Turtles. How did you not watch your block, man?
I didn't watch Ninja Turtles. I played the games. That was about it.
Uh,
No,
Never
it
cared.
wasn't coming out. It was coming out of their shells. It was a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle concert.
is everyone going to
Where
let Matt
Shredder-
went to a coming out? Imagine my shop joke pass by. Yeah,
No, it was
We all
Shredder
thought
was
it.
trying to steal the music from
We
the
did.
world. And
I
so
know,
the
I-
Turtles, hold on. And I'm explaining to the people that haven't seen it, Chad. I know you know the plot.
I know. I went to it. Yeah.
Yes, I'm the other people. Anyway, so Shredder is trying to steal the music from the world, so the Turtles have to rock out to defeat him.
Okay.
I
That
know.
makes sense.
And
Here.
Splinter had a ballad. He's like skipping stones, you know, and that whole thing.
Here we go. Let's.
Oh.
This will so get us. Fucking,
No, it won't.
Well-
I've watched it on free spots.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, this is the kind of quality that you would get going to the
Hell yeah.
concert.
It's almost equal to the quality you got when they guested on the Oprah Winfrey television show.
Yeah, the
Well-
way they kept talking about trying to get April into interspecies romances.
Can you fast forward to where Shredder comes out and start roasting the kids in the crowd?
Let's see.
You don't know the time
That's
code for that, Matt?
fantastic.
I'm sure he does.
Here we go.
Well, that's
This
a
is
very
their
white Shredder.
Yeah, that is Kmart Shredder.
Race swapped.
That ain't no Kevin Nash.
Not even James Avery.
This is live entertainment. Get involved.
And they had country
Mad's
songs.
girlfriend steals music. What?
She steals
Shredder.
joy. I cannot believe you didn't go to this, Brahma. Okay, that kid can't even see. What are you doing?
I went and saw Carmen.
Carmen San Diego?
No, Carmen the Christian singer.
Are those t-shirts? Shannon?
Yeah, that's what they look like.
That's awesome.
T-shirt cannons are always fun.
Yeah, especially when you accidentally hit the person you're not supposed to.
Yes, Davina, because you do have to bring your kids. I know this from having taken my son a few years back to a Paw Patrol live show.
Oh, my kids desperately wanted to see the Wiggles.
Look,
and I
hold
was
on.
like, nope, no shot.
Oh,
He just
God.
told this kid, like, wasn't matter. You couldn't get a date. Got him.
Feel the same way about you, you know? Think I like this?
It's like I would love to see Andrew Dice Clay doing this Shredder.
I would, yeah. You've got to feel like if you're doing a kids concert show, you're just feeling like I was a real actor. I could have been an actor. You're just gonna pour all that hate into roasting the
At
kids.
least he's not on ice, you know. Could be worse.
Lily, yeah, this does seem awkward.
Nah, the kids are loving it.
Yeah, it's a good show. I mean, I'm just
Well,
now. I'm just shocked Brahma apparently skipped having any kind of reasonably fun childhood. That's just
Yeah.
crazy.
It was fine by me.
You were old by then.
Were you already
Probably.
smoking 2 packs a day watching?
At least.
Already saving up on had his 401k.
he's talking to his
I
friends.
had already leveraged heavily against a ruble in Russia.
Like, which bourbon am I going to be watching with X-Men the animated series? All right, it's a Wolverine episode, so that's going to be. Yeah.
Is it true that you bought your cemetery plot at the age of 12?
Absolutely.
Just to prepare.
You haven't?
No. Why would I bother with it? That's other people's responsibility. I'm dead.
I will say that since my family has been in insurance for most of my life, we do even have a running joke that every time anybody flies, they have to text everybody else in the family, "Sorry, we landed," because we've got so much life insurance on each of us because of making campaigns and stuff.
I want to be added to your plan.
Well, as long as they're not flying Boeing, you should be okay, right?
Or Spirit.
Yep.
Or not Haggis.
Well,
I was going to say
we all
Haggis.
fly Southwest, and I think all of those are Boeings.
Yeah.
Isn't it the what is it, the 535 Max or something like that? Or
Yes.
I don't know. Their whole fleet is the exact same plane.
All I know is that my second eldest godson, who is an aeronautical mechanic, has been working nonstop for the past 7 months fixing planes.
Oh, where did he go to school?
That's
I went
great to hear.
to aeronautics school in Oklahoma, in Tulsa.
He went to a school that's in the North Bay region of Ontario. It's actually pretty good. In fact, it's also contracted out by the U.S. and Canadian Air Force and Navy to do
That's right. I
repairs.
forgot you're Canadian.
Did we have trivia tonight or not?
No, we don't have trivia.
I have
What?
one. I just have
An already
I
made
didn't make
one?
it. I didn't make it. I have too much work right now to actually have time to do that. But I found, and that's why it's a video game one. If you
No.
guys,
But is Slender going to do what gaming is lost before we do it or not?
yeah, I was gonna, because with that we have a clip that he shared with me.
Yeah, this
Earlier
got
today.
me thinking.
I might, I'm gonna
God's help us all.
mute it just to avoid any copyrighted. Well, actually,
Yeah,
is
this
there
is-
any game music?
No,
Oh,
don't mute it. You got to hear it too. But this is a comparison. This first clip you're going to see is parkour in Assassin's Creed Unity.
Which was a
The
horrible
second
game.
clip, the multiplayer was super fucking fun, but yeah, it was probably one of the worst Assassin's Creed entries. But then they're going to show you parkour from Assassin's Creed Shadows, and there's a lot's
All right.
changed, and it's not good.
let's go ahead.
I'll be the judge of that.
Like
This
and-
is how
and-
Mad. This is what it looks like when Mad has taken his salt gun out at night. By the way,
Yeah,
I
this
killed
is
like
exactly what
4
it looks
yesterday.
Caterpillars?
Yep.
But if you'll notice, this is very realistic parkour in actuality. Like there's a lot of efficient movement. It's not fancy. There's no stupid
Yeah, they're-
flippy flip going on.
Kind of like wells his arms around a little bit.
I mean, that's what it looks like
Wells.
when I do it.
Yep.
all right.
Then there's this.
I mean, this is Crouching
Fucking
Tiger,
grappling
Hidden
hook.
Dragon
Let's do a
shit.
little fucking flippy shit.
She sounds like a female tennis player.
Little flippy for no. And the flips. Did you notice she doesn't spin the way physics would have you spin when you did a flip?
No, she's got Star Wars Jedi physics there.
Is that Maria
Yeah,
Sharapova?
Like that's it. It's just really bad by comparison. And Unity was like 10 plus years ago now.
Nigga,
Or like
Leroy
7?
Jenkins.
It was a
Leroy
while back.
Jenkins.
Yes, parkour.
Hardcore
is-
parkour.
Yeah, parkour. It's where you jump into a refrigerator box and break your legs. But
or survive a nuclear blast, depending on.
or survive.
If there's a refrigerator around.
Nuke the fridge.
All right, Eric Myers knew what I was talking about. But there's like I don't know. The second one is it feels Hollywood. It feels like, because Hollywood martial arts isn't real martial arts, and it doesn't look like real martial arts to anyone who actually knows what the hell they're doing.
Yeah,
was a
stunt
girl-
performers hate me because I tell them not to do the stuff that they pitch me because it sucks.
Yeah.
But it was a girl doing it in the second clip, so automatically it's going to have flips and turns and twists, right?
I guess. Also, automatically, even though she's supposed to be a ninja, or more specifically a kunoichi, she can't quietly move across the rooftop. She has to grunt every 3 seconds.
A kind of what?
Kunoichi. It's a female ninja.
Oh,
Wouldn't it be
They're not technically
ninjai?
called ninja.
Shinobi. Whatever.
Wouldn't it be ninjai instead of ninja?
No, it'd still be ninja. It's like deer and deer.
Oh, I guess it would be the male would be a ninjo and a female would be a ninja.
Ninja, yes. There you go. There. Now you're starting to.
Boom,
I knew
learning
you studied
Japanese.
weebology. I figure you'd get this.
they're Najinx.
But
Matt,
yeah, and I don't know. It's just like, I'll tell you right now. I promise, Assassin's Creed Unity did not cost as much to make as Assassin's Creed Shadows, right? And this was something that I did some research earlier today because I watched one of Culture Casino's That Game Place videos, and they were talking about how Skull and Bones, they said the wrong number, but Skull and Bones presumably now cost somewhere between 650 million and 850 million to make.
Yeah, in their video title, they put 650 billion, which was
It's not billion. That I
that
don't know
would
if
be
that was
like,
clickbait or stupid, but
yeah. Yeah,
but
it's
I started doing the math on that because they asked an interesting question about how many games you could make back in the day with that kind of money. And what I discovered was, and this is what I wrote down. So this is going to be something I'm reading, so it's going to sound like I'm reading. But a Nintendo Entertainment System cartridge cost a few $100,000 to make. That's with development costs, going to print, actually making the cartridges, and distribution, everything else. You can be generous and say that number could be anywhere. Like let's land on an average of about 500,000 because some of the more expensive titles like Super Mario World 3 or Super Mario Brothers 3, that was an $800,000 print cycle. But generally speaking, you needed to sell about 100,000 copies to make any of these games profitable. The Nintendo Entertainment System, when it was actually discontinued officially in 1995, had 1,377 titles. So if you do the math on that, at 500,000, 500,000 per title, that means you could generously develop every single title on that system for about $688,500,000. So less than the cost of this one fucking game.
So Davina is coming in saying that Skull and Bones was quote unquote made in Singapore and was a tax scheme, which
That
is what
is
I
one
like.
of the running theories.
Which is what I've talked with Script about this too. I have a sneaking suspicion that all these costs that we get, that we point out and talk about how stupid they are for Disney when they're shooting stuff in England, like 200, 300 million, are heavily inflated to take advantage of tax rebates.
But to Davina's point on that specific game too, supposedly they wanted to torpedo this project very early on, but they had some kind of deal with the government of Singapore and were not allowed to stop making the game. Like they had to finish it, I guess.
It was supposed to release a while ago, too.
Yeah.
Like 5, not more than that, years ago, and all of a sudden it got delayed indefinitely.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Only to
could
pop
not
up.
be canceled due to receiving large subsidies from the government of Singapore.
And considering those are people who will beat you with a stick for throwing your
and
chewing
Shifty,
gum on
I
the
don't
ground.
agree. I don't disagree. There are a lot of titles in the NES library that are dog shit, but there's a lot of titles on every console that are dog shit.
Mhm.
And when I think of all the
Not the
games
Jaguar.
that give me like
No, that
max
entire library was
nostalgia,
dog
and
shit.
I've gone back and played hundreds of times since, all the way back to my childhood, right? Like I still go back and play a bunch of different titles from the Nintendo library. I still go back and play the original Legend of Zelda.
Yep.
I still go back and play Link's Adventure. I still go back and play Mario. I play Mario 3, Mario
Link's
2.
Adventure
Kid
was a piece
Icarus,
of crap.
Rygar, Metal Gear.
Kid Icarus. I fucking love Kid Icarus, Metal Gear, weird obscure titles like A Boy and His Blob, which I've never beat because it's just I don't even know fucking how to beat that game.
That was
Like-
weird and obscure.
You want to talk
Yeah,
about
it
weird?
kind of was.
Has
It was a
anybody
bit of
ever
an
actually
obscure
beaten
title.
Mappy Land? I can't. That game is like.
No, I never.
I
cared
remember
to.
this one strange game where you're a kid who lost his frog in a hole in his
Blaster Master.
backyard.
Master
Blaster
Blaster.
Master.
Yeah, Blaster
Blaster.
Master. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great game.
And they're still
Absolutely
making
amazing.
those.
Shifty's playing an NES game right now.
Yeah, they're the best.
They're simple.
Yeah, like
and I don't
Robin
mean that
Hood,
in a negative
Prince of
way.
Thieves.
It's that you don't have to worry about multiple systems upon systems upon systems.
Everything you do,
Wait,
Matt, you do with
Imp, don't you start, okay? I made a whole minute and 15-second
Here you go,
long.
Script.
I know, and I'm
thing.
waiting for it. That wasn't me
Are-
going. My topic is on something else.
Okay, well,
Blaster
yeah,
Master.
that game. I love that game. So good.
You could
Yeah, it's
pause
solid
it
game.
in
They're
the
still making them
overhead
for the
when you had your
Switch and
grenades
whatnot.
going off, and it would just nuke things.
Yeah, because
Nice.
of course, Brahma
Glitch.
doesn't do anything legit. He fucking exploits everything.
Or he just
If you
murders
found that
everything in his
glitch
path.
when you were a kid, you were ahead of 100% of the
I mean,
rest of gamers.
I mean, I used to
Because
shit
we
out of that
didn't
glitch.
have any way to find it out except
No,
for word of mouth.
how did anybody know the Kenobi code? Who knows? But we
Nintendo
all
Power.
knew it.
Yeah, Nintendo Power.
Yeah, the Konami code I think is actually written on your DNA if you're a real gamer.
Yep.
Up, down, down, left, right, B, A start.
Which, by the way, made the most awesome game to play with a bro.
Yeah,
Actual
Contra.
beatable Contra. Yeah.
Contra.
Have you guys
That's-
tried the new one that
No.
they had on Steam on sale
Nah.
last week? It's
Actually,
actually pretty good.
hold on. I bought something from the Contra series on
Oh, yeah,
Steam
they-
last week.
I wouldn't be surprised if the one I was mentioning that was a more recent remake of the original arcade, just more modern.
Oh no,
graphics.
I picked up last week the Contra Anniversary Collection.
I picked up Contra Operation Galuga, which is a
Ah.
partial remake and partial,
Reimagining.
completely different. Yeah.
Yeah, the
PS2
Contra Anniversary Collection has Contra Arcade, Super Contra, Contra, the Japanese version, Super C, Contra 3 Alien Wars, Operation C, Contra Hardcore, Super Probotector Alien Rebels, and Probotector.
I
which
picked
is just
up.
original Contra in Europe, and because they changed the name and some of the enemy sprites because you couldn't be seen in Europe as shooting people.
I picked up Duckside. It's from the makers of it's from the people that are doing.
You
Kingmaker.
picked up that
Kingmaker.
fucking game.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
reminds
he
me
told
more of
us he did
Conan.
in the chat.
Reminds me of Conan more than anything.
That's right. I remember you were talking about that.
The Contra on PS2, like Davina said, was great. The Shattered Soldier. I think I've even got a few videos of full playthroughs on
I
my
also
channel.
picked up a Kung Fu
Well,
game
I've got
yesterday.
I've
What,
got a
Sifu?
full backlog of spooky
Good
games
game.
that I want to play for October, but the whole reason I picked up the Contra thing is because it will eventually go to Ascendant Arcade. There will be a playthrough.
Yeah, I picked up Sifu, the new Kung Fu game. It's pretty cool.
I don't know if Battletoads was
Yes,
on
it
Genesis.
was because that's
Yeah,
how
it
I
was.
played it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if there was just the original Battletoads, but there was also the Double Dragon versus Battletoads.
Yeah, that
No, they were on the
was
same team. You
Super
could play
Nintendo.
as
Well, they
either-
still called it versus. Or did
Yeah,
they-
but
did it-
I loved that game. That was a lot of fun because I liked
Oh,
Double
did-
Dragon, but I
was it
didn't want
and
to
or
play
versus? I don't
Battletoads.
remember.
I
didn't
think it was versus because you could beat the crap out of each other like every Battletoads game.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's also too when you see certain things like monster movies, this monster versus this monster. It's like, oh, well, they never.
Yeah,
Okay,
they end up on the same
Thanks,
team
Universal.
all the time.
The title is Battletoads / Double Dragon.
Correct.
Mm.
So
It was-
yeah, it's both, but it's not an and or an or a versus or anything else.
I mean, because if you go and look at a lot of the old Universal horror movies, they'd be like, Frankenstein versus the Wolfman, and the two monsters are never on the screen at the same time.
All right, so I made this thing. Are you is Imp gonna be incensed?
Yeah, Imp's incensed.
All right, sweet. I get to play my thing. I'm so happy. Is everybody ready? I'm hitting the button.
No idea what you're talking about.
Might be a little long.
Oh yeah, we're using the full length version. We haven't been able to use it yet.
In the amount of time that took to play, Imp calmed down.
No, not likely. How many years have you known me now, Brahma?
I've got a shorter one that's
It's
only
your
about
secret.
20 seconds, but
Oh yeah,
never
that
call
absolutely
it
is my
one.
secret. I'm almost always incensed.
I think next we'll do this for the inaugural, but I think the shorter one might be.
Yeah,
the
in the
more
future we'll
frequent,
use the shorter
yeah.
one. There's a reason I gave you two.
And the one thing I do like about the clip Slender, I think I mentioned this to you, is the fact that you used the Mustang versus Envy fight.
Yes.
And if you want to talk about something that was just pure, undiluted rage,
Yep.
it was that fight.
It was so good.
So, I've been seeing something lately really pissing me off. Really pissing me off because as someone who grew up in the 80s and got the double whammy of the satanic panic with D&D and heavy metal, being into both at the time, dealing with the bullshit of the 90s of the explicit lyric stickers and people moaning and groaning about Mortal Kombat and Doom and all that other bullshit. People sitting there cheering on censorship in pretty much everything nowadays. And I can say one thing simply before I keep going is fuck you people. Fuck yourself with a glass dildo and snap it off.
Wow.
Because
that's a
I've
little
dealt with
aggressive.
cocksuckers like you my entire goddamn life. There's reasons why I do certain things that I do, and I've gotten into the things that I've gotten into. My music scene is a giant fuck you to everybody. Everybody. Doesn't matter who you are. You're alive, you're human, fuck you.
He's not
It's
wrong.
getting to a point, and I'm seeing this with the upcoming Dragon Quest game. Shit got censored, and people are saying, oh, it's because of Sero. Sero is the equivalent of the Japanese ESRB. You have the literal creator of the franchise coming out and saying, we didn't really want to do, essentially saying, we had to do this because of this religious movement in America. Is he talking about Christians? No. Is he talking about Muslims? No.
Oh,
The woke LGBTQIA.
yeah, to give everybody a little bit more clarity on that, in the original Dragon Quest game, the clerics had crosses on the tabards that they wore. They don't want any religious iconography, so the crosses, for some fucking reason, have been replaced with pitchforks.
Well, and male and female has been replaced with
Male and
type A,
females doing
type
the
B.
body type A and B. They're putting clothing that wasn't on people on people.
Yeah, there's a lot going on with that game. That game is a damn mess.
And we've seen responses from the creator is a Nazi to, well, the entirety of Japan is just a bunch of conservative dumbasses. We've seen people going, yeah, but they did it before, so it's okay now. So on, and so forth. When have human beings become so positively spineless that they can't accept what art truly means?
Well, that's from helicopter to bulldozer parenting, and these are the results of that.
I know a lot of
my
people
child cannot handle the emotional distress that would be caused by this, so I will get it the hell out of the way before he even comes through here.
The second the word trigger became a thing.
Yep.
Yeah. A lot of people who know me have described me, and when I say know me, have known me for a couple decades. Imp, he's not a nice guy. He is not nice. He will tell you exactly how he feels, whether you like it or not, and he will tell you what you need to hear, whether you like it or not. But he is a good person, and he will do the right thing. It just may not be pretty.
Fury might still be out on that one. I don't know. You sound kind of evil to me. I saw that picture of you in all red,
Yeah, I know, my Antichrist days. You know what happens. Still got to get that. Anyways, I had a joke and lost it. And it's really, really pissing me off to seeing all these people, and almost invariably, not 100%, but it's probably close to about 97, 98%, they would all be considered on the left. So
It's real close to 100%. Like nobody in the center or on the right gives two shits about this. It's such. In all honesty, it's probably less than 10% of gamers.
Yeah.
And
in all
unfortunately,
honesty, it's 100% of people with pronouns in their bio.
Yeah, and when I say 10% gamers, more than half of the people who are complaining about this probably don't even fucking play games.
No,
especially not games that old being remade and keeping true to the same gameplay style.
Yeah, get the fuck out of my industry. We didn't want you here in the first place, and we still don't.
It's kind of along the lines of what I said a couple weeks ago, and I'm going to rephrase it again. To you people who are sitting there, who are activists, whether you're left wing or right wing, I don't give a fuck. You're getting driven out of the entertainment industries, whether you want to or not, whether it's the public doing it or the studios, the publishers going, you're costing us too much fucking money. You're gone. They're not going to tell you you're blacklisted, but you're going to be fucking blacklisted. You're costing way too much money to people. Way too much.
Oh no, dude!
Disney's lost how much money in the past year alone?
Oh, hundreds of millions of dollars, and that's
how many millions of dollars did Concord cost Sony? How many millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars, is Ubisoft in the process of losing? All it's going to take
Square Enix has severed their relationship with Sweet Baby Inc. over a lot of this shit, and
but
they have gone to Sweet Baby and said, "Take our name off of your fucking website because we do." Nope, you do not get to claim you're related to us in any way anymore.
All it's going to take, and these people don't seem to realize it, and they're going to get pissed off because they're not going to be pandered to anymore. They'll still be included in some way, shape, or form, but they're not going to be at the forefront. All it's going to take is a few more major flops, and they are on their way. They're already in the pipeline.
I was going to say the major flops are going to keep coming for the next 5 years or so because I don't even think that. I think a lot of the companies pulling back on the stick at this point. Like it's going to take a while to adjust course. It's just,
I'm not saying it won't, but the course correction will start within the next year, in my opinion, if not sooner. I agree.
It's taken Hollywood a lot longer than that to course correct.
6 years, but this is the year where we actually started to see evidence that they're abandoning it. The only studio that's holding on is Disney. Next year is probably going to be a little better. And then the year after that, a little better. But Disney's not changing until Iger croaks or gets fired. But that's
for everybody else. The pendulum is swinging back. Like
the pendulum's swinging back, but for video game developers, some of those games take
decades.
3 to 8 years to make?
I mean,
yeah.
GTA is in its 8th year of development, probably for the new ones.
I mean, supposedly there's another Elder Scrolls game.
But at some point we'll get that. I mean, it's gotten to a point, and they're not realizing it too. Some dipshit from Ubisoft in the worst fucking possible corporate position decided to open his mouth. He was the guy in charge of monetization.
Yeah.
He decided to open his mouth about how it's just not fair that people are hating on games and want to see companies fail for just no reason.
It's what was it? You remember? Was it last year or the year when that big I guess what would it be? Shipping vessel got stuck in the strait because the guy didn't know how to turn it around properly.
Yeah, the Panama Canal.
Yeah, turning around
after the Starfield debacle, Soul. Yeah, they're worried about Elder Scrolls. It has to land.
With what's going on right now, I would be 100% guaranteed that every major AAA studio is sitting there going, "Oops, uh-oh."
Everyone but FromSoft.
Outside of FromSoft, why do you think that all these people hated whenever FromSoft put out a game and it did well? Because there was no pandering.
And FromSoft has that is one thing that FromSoft has always been. They're like, we're gonna make the games we want to make. We're gonna realize our vision because we think our vision has value and we think the player's gonna love it.
And either you can game or you can't. We don't care. We're not gonna make it easy.
Yeah, this isn't about accessibility. This isn't about making a game for everyone. No. There is an audience that likes the games we make, and we're going to keep making the games we make for that fucking audience because they're the ones buying the goddamn games.
And I do believe, because the rumor I've heard recently was FromSoft dropped Bandai as their distributor.
So to pick up on the chat,
publisher.
This is what it looks like with them trying to turn things around.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
pretty much
150 point turn.
I love that scene.
So this is regular developers.
And I'm
And
not
that's
going to
Disney
say
just
developing
going
is
forward
easy
with it.
because I know nothing about it, to be perfectly honest. So I can't really speak on how hard it is to develop a game, nor would I, because I don't know how to do it. But
Well, that's part of what we've lost over the years that I was talking about too. Like this is the same for Hollywood studios, right? Studios in general are spending too much money on their projects. Like, I mean, you play one of the most recently made Silent Hill games, it's not as good as the first Silent Hill.
No.
And it's because they had more money and more money was spent, so you could do more cool shit. But you also didn't have to be creative with the money or the resources that were available to you. You didn't have to overcome challenges. Just throw fucking more money at it.
Look
So
at
everybody's
Joker
getting
and Joker
lazy.
Silent
2.
Hill's the example that the thing people rave about the most, aside from the story, is the game's atmosphere. You know why it has the atmosphere it has? Because of technical limitations on the PlayStation.
They lacked the visual resources to be able to render any further out than they did. They changed the render default from black to white, so it looked like mist
To
instead of
fog.
darkness, and it was fucking awesome. They don't do that anymore, though. It's just like, well, no, we have the technology. We can rebuild the game. Throw more money at it.
Well, and that's
The only
something that FromSoft has done excellently as well.
Yeah.
If you can see a place in a FromSoft game, you can get to that
go
place.
99% of the time. There's a few spots you can't.
This is
Very few.
Yeah, we're arguing semantics when you say there's a few spots you can't.
What,
The,
Chuck?
It goes all the way back to the. I mean, I didn't play a lot of Demon Souls. I watched a playthrough of Demon Souls, so I don't remember it quite as well. But the first Dark Souls, right? I saw that fucking moth flying around, and I was like, I wonder if I'll ever get to fight that. About an hour later, I was fighting that moth.
Yep.
What I was going to say is this is where something where aside from suing other people into oblivion, Nintendo has, I think, the right tact, which is we're not going to chase graphics or these other things. We're just going to make Nintendo games. You know, Miyamoto
and hurt them at the same time.
Well, I
And
would argue
to everybody else
gamers.
who makes games,
but I don't know that that's what they care. I mean, gamers. Every one of us would probably be considered more of a gamer than some of the average normie types, right? Slender, Imp and Brahma on the higher end. I'm probably a slightly above average, but still nowhere near you guys. I bet each one of us probably has a Switch.
I don't.
gathering
The
dust
family
this morning.
does. The
I
wife
have
and
a-
kids play the Switch. I don't.
Yeah, but you
bought
have it in
Switch
your house.
solely to be able to play Breath of the Wild.
Breath of the Wild, yeah. And
Here's the thing,
and you were
though,
happy
too.
with it.
Every one of us on the panel has seen every single innovation gaming has had in its lifetime.
Yeah, from Atari.
Nothing's
all the way up.
being innovated anymore.
Mhm.
And it's been that way for probably a decade now, at least.
I mean, the last
not
big
more.
change was probably was it gesture remotes, where you're
Well,
like
and-
the Wiimotes and such.
This is
And-
actually there was a
yeah, probably.
there was a YouTube
Because
channel
VR
that
hasn't
published-
really done much.
The VR is a fad. It's
Yeah.
not there yet. It might be one day, but right now it's still a fad. But this is something another YouTuber covered. He was specifically talking about Stardew Valley, which, if you know anything about Stardew Valley, it's a farming sim modeled very heavily after a game series called Harvest Moon, that is one of Nintendo's big sellers. That is going all the way back to like the 90s, I think. The first
it
one
was
was
on the
made.
Super Nintendo.
Yeah, and they were extremely popular, fucking unbelievably popular. Probably like with a smaller audience, but equally popular as like the Pokemon games are for Pokemon fans. Like people who like the Harvest Moon games, they fucking love the Harvest Moon games. And almost everybody agrees the last 5 or 6 Harvest Moon titles have all been pretty fucking lame. Not very good, mired in mediocrity, not trying anything new, just not as good as the older ones. So this indie developer, one guy, worked 10 hours a day, 7 days a week for 4.5 years and made a game called Stardew Valley all by himself. It's everything every Harvest Moon fan could ever ask for and more. It's fucking amazing. The Pokemon games, which that company that makes those games, a lot of people are like, yeah, man, Pokemon Violet and Scarlet, they're terrible. These games just keep getting worse. They're just not good anymore. So some fucking indie developer, Pocket Pair, makes Pal World, which a lot of people call Pokemon with guns. It's doing so much better than the Pokemon games. It's everything everybody wanted. So it's going to take a while for the big studios to change course, because it's the difference between a Cessna and a Boeing making a course correction. But you're already seeing it in a lot of the indie games. They don't have that money, so they can't just spend fuck tons of money to fix things. They don't spend fuck tons of money consulting with DEI corporations like Sweet Baby Inc. They're just trying to make a game everybody's gonna love.
Well,
And
when you've only got 12 to 20 employees, you don't have a DEI department within your
yeah,
company.
and you certainly aren't spending millions consulting with a group like Sweet Baby.
No.
And that's why they're ahead of the curve, and that's why I think the big studios are going to turn to follow that. But they're they've been working on these games for 3 to 5 years already. They're not just going to flush them down the toilet now, although they should.
Well, there are rumors that the new Assassin's Creed had a whole asset for an actual male ninja that wasn't Yasuke. And now they're going to be trying to replace Yasuke with that.
There's a theory that there was supposed to be a character in one of the early expansions that's basically like a monk who became a ninja, and he was a Japanese dude. And it sounds like there might be an effort to replace his assets into the Yosuke part, but I don't know if I buy that. I think that might be a total rumor. Not the fact that they have the assets, but the fact that they're trying to move the assets.
I'm still leaning with the theory that they moved it to February so they could use Black History Month as a shield.
That is my theory.
I mean, there's no way if they pulled Yasuke from being one of the two lead characters at this point, it would be.
Yeah, they've got a whole new fucking lynch mob coming after them.
Well, here's the thing.
But do you know who doesn't have Black History Month?
Japan.
Yeah.
Most of the world, actually.
Yeah, everywhere outside of here.
Yeah, but and again, this is something you have to remember. The wife was saying something similar, and I was like, yeah, but Ubisoft ain't a Japanese company.
They're not American either.
They're not American either.
They're French. That's why they can't just apologize and fix the fucking problem, because French people cannot admit fault. They're terrible at it.
Shocking! You should say that.
I know, right?
February theory that Eric Myers is bringing up.
Yeah. That's got to be Slender's theory, because I don't have a Feb theory.
Okay.
That's not my theory. That is a running theory, though.
It's apparently, to make the joke, all faceless avatars look the same to him. So
yeah, seriously, man.
As Script, who's somebody who's involved in the entertainment industry, way more so than I ever was or will be. It's safe to say. I mean, am I really wrong in some of what I'm saying, other than the hostility?
No. In fact, I've been having a blast for the last 10 months or so, because I'm in a bunch of screenwriting discords, and all of the woke writers are complaining that nobody's hiring them. And here I am. I just got hired at a small production company in Canada that's got all these deals with the big studios. I've got all my other veteran screenwriter friends who are not of any ideology. Like these guys are like classic liberals, where they're voting for Trump. They don't believe in censorship. They don't like any of that BS crap that's been going on. And they're actually starting to get work as well. And the purge is happening. And this is all because of the deal that we had for the strike, because everybody that's working realizes, if you're going to be on a show, if the show does well, we get a bonus on top of our residual. So we're just going to hire the people that are going to,
and then more work,
going to make, good shows. And then if it's marketed well, if people can find it, all the better. And that's what they're going for. And Universal and Warner Brothers primarily have been looking for movies that are costing less on the projected budget parts because they realize that it's not sustainable anymore. I have no idea what's going on with Paramount now because Skydance just got involved, and Disney's staying the course. I think they found a scheme like Mel Brooks is the producers that's working for them in some regard, and they're just going to run it out until someone catches them.
Well, they believe that they're too big to fail, so the government will bail them out if need be.
Which would be a horrible thing to do
Possible.
because Disney has never been a top 5 studio. It's only became a top 5 studio because of their acquisition of Marvel and then
Acquisitions,
subsequently
yeah.
Star Wars. And when you become a top 5 studio and then become the top studio, everybody follows your standard. And all the other studios learned pretty quick that they can't do what Disney's doing because it actually backfires with your local audiences.
It's almost like they bought their way into an industry they had no place in.
No, they did 100%.
They had a place in animation and stuff, but yeah,
That's what they were, yeah.
to get into the major studio type situation,
Yeah,
they were
bought
never
into
the
it.
tentpole
Yeah.
studio film. Like their tentpoles would be their animation that they would technically outsource to Pixar because they're the ones that delivered.
I mean, Touchstone put out some very successful
Right.
tentpoles,
But-
but they were doing it under the Touchstone name, not Disney.
Exactly. And the audience had no clue that it was Disney associated. The same thing with Dimension and Miramax. Those are Disney subsidiaries. Nobody knew that they were Disney subsidiaries. And then all of those branches were just completely shuttered and phased out. And
The stupidest thing Disney did, it was under Iger. It was in the, I want to say, late O's when he said that everything released by Disney needed to be Disney branded.
right.
Family friendly, Disney branded.
Well, he put the Disney logo on front of everything, right? Which was
Right.
silly because the whole point of them creating Touchstone, going back, I think Eisner and
Touchstone in Hollywood Studios. Yeah.
Degrees
Yeah.
of separation.
was
Dude,
so that they
did
could
Matt
put
mess
out
with the Irish
PG-13
goodbye
or
again?
R movies and make money that
He
weren't.
did.
Who was the what's that?
Yes,
Matt
Mad
hit
left.
the Irish goodbye again.
Yeah, he just bailed.
He said something in DMs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no. First he said, "Smoke break, be right back," and then
He said that in private chat, and then in DMs he said he was making dinner.
"Yeah." So, here we go. We can, in honor of
Script, before we start this, I've wanted to ask you.
Sure.
Are you familiar with Jared Kiso as a Canadian? Yeah,
Jared Keith-o?
Letterkenny and
Oh
Shorzy.
yeah. I actually have some friends that have worked on that show, Letterkenny, and all that stuff. It's comedy. Sometimes it hits really hard for me, where I like it a lot, and then sometimes it completely misses. But I think they're a good set of guys trying to entertain and make people laugh.
Yeah, I think they're about as unwoke as it comes anymore, and I'm surprised they're being able to do it from Canada. But yeah.
Well, they're fortunate because they're also, as far as I can tell, they're relatively still independent. So
Well,
Canada
they started
does
as a YouTube channel.
Yeah, they're independent as a YouTube channel, but I even think because they're also on network, like they've licensed themselves.
Yeah,
off the network.
they've gotten onto there. Yeah.
Now Canada has a couple of independent networks operating, which doesn't do stuff for the woke ideology, but are publicly financed or subsidized networks, like the ones that are owned by Bell Media, which is like CTV, and then of course obviously the CBC. They just do what their government paycheck signers ask them to do, and
Right.
it's pretty tragic. And even we have City TV, which is partially independent, but it's owned by the Ted Rogers media company, and they just go wherever they think the audiences or their competitors are, and they don't really produce much anything original either. And even their news division, since they bought them, has not been as biting as it used to be. Like back from like 72 up until 2007, lots of Canadians watched that network because it just did not care what the government thought or what the police thought or whatever the general like consensus narrative was. They're like, what's actually going on here? And
Yeah.
that's what was popular enough to be purchased by a big service provider. And then as soon as that happened, boom, all the opinion pieces, all the investigative stuff just kind of slowly tempered out, and it just gets homogenized. But yeah, like you've got Letterkenny, that's pretty good. There's a couple of there's a lot of comedy clubs in the Greater Toronto area that have their dedicated sketch troops. They're not woke. but you'll never get to see them on television because nobody will support them, and also it's pretty expensive to get exposure in Canada for that. But like I take my girlfriend to a bunch of comedy clubs pretty frequently because it's a third the price of a movie ticket, and it's 3 hours of laughter, and it's all over the place, like just unapologetically offensive comedy, even with polite language. It's really good.
It seems weird to me that they wouldn't start up like a YouTube channel or something. Like, what's the comedian's name? Matt Rife. That's basically come up through TikTok and YouTube and everything, and he's doing fantastic. But
there's Comedy Unleashed as a YouTube channel, which is actually pretty good.
I watch a lot of that.
Yeah. But yeah, comedy is a struggle right now. I was joking with some colleagues just recently that Disney and Marvel Studios have technically replaced the comedy film because they try to incorporate all their Whedonisms, jokes in those films.
Yeah.
Where we're desperately thirsty for just a traditional, funny, unapologetic comedy. And we're, even on the independent side of things, we're getting ones that are a bit too ideologically driven. Like there's this one about new moms or something like this that came out earlier this year that a lot of my girlfriend's friends really liked because it dealt with a lot of what they experienced when they were pregnant and then giving birth, like all the dirty jokes that they would share with each other.
Right.
But for guys listening to that,
it's pretty niche.
It's where we get disgusted.
Yeah. I was just curious on what you thought about Jared Keeso, because A, Canadian, and B, I think Letterkenny and Shoresy are some of the only actual comedy that we've got right now. Shoresy's a spinoff from Letterkenny. It's the hockey show. But he's doing it the right way, I think, and he's not being very compromising.
And I'm liking the fact that they're holding out over there. So I mean, it's a tough business because Canada is a great place where you rent locations and shoot from another country coming to Canada, but there's no actual film industry in Canada that is exported aside from like Degrassi, which I don't even know if that's still running or not anymore.
And like Shoresy, they've basically taken over Sudbury.
Yeah.
I mean, they own, so two of the actors from Letterkenny own like the restaurant that they shoot in all the time.
Yeah.
And then the arena where all the hockey takes place, they're more than happy to have exposure because they've actually got a minor league or a junior league up in Canada hockey team. So they love the exposure. So
and Sudbury is a government funded city. Like everybody there works for like Revenue Canada and other government agencies because beforehand nobody was getting work out there. So in order to help the economy, they ended up moving a whole bunch of government offices to Sudbury so that people would have something to do and pay their bills. And then now they've expanded to the point where, we actually have locations. We actually have things we can shoot around here now, and people will watch.
Yeah, and now they're getting tourists because of the shows. So
exactly, yep.
Cool. All right.
So it's one of the few successes of when government did something right by accident.
Right. And by a YouTuber growing so big that he actually got a real show.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we can go to the trivia. I just wanted to quickly ask that question because I hadn't gotten about Keeso yet.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, that's fine. Take advantage. I'm kidding.
I will. Because Tom won't let me when I'm on with script. Plus, we don't do that show anymore. So,
I mean, it's a little bit too late for me because I like Comics Division and all those guys. I just, I like even right now, I'm getting a little tired, but I'm happy to push through.
I think we had been on when Tom was doing the list show. I think that was the only time we've been together.
Sundays, the Sunday nights. Yep.
Yeah, and we've stopped that show, so I don't ever get to see you anymore. So, be on a stream with you anymore.
Yeah, I know. I've
Disney partner.
Just schedules now and time zones. If I ever get to move out west, I'll be able to stay awake an extra 3 more hours.
You'd think that, and then you've got a culture, and no, it doesn't always work that way.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, hell, I'm Mountain Time, so these guys I'm always still wide awake, and these guys are ready to go to bed because they're Eastern. So.
Yep. All right. We had done a 90s one before, but after Brahma's interesting cartoon,
His
I thought you
dismal
said-
performance.
I thought you said we were doing video games again.
I called the audible based
Okay.
on your
Based on me not watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, but look, the rest of this has icons for ones you should get. I mean, we got DuckTales, we got Rescue
Jem.
Rangers. Jem is
Garfield.
truly outrageous.
Garfield.
Yeah, I mean, Garfield was actually a great show.
Yeah, I love
For-
Garfield, but I do not remember the song.
You will. It's
Oh,
do do
neither
do
do
do do do do do. Yeah, never mind. I won't
right,
do it.
Let's just get into it.
Let's roll.
All right.
We know how it works, okay?
12
We've done
seconds,
this.
Kiss.
12 seconds.
That's a lot.
Fabulous secret powers were revealed.
He-Man.
on
He-Man,
the day
Masters
of
of the Universe.
Magic sword and said, "By the power of Grayskull."
Adam was so gay.
Need a better haircut.
Yeah, the mushroom cut. I mean, there was,
Nah, man, that was pure unbridled 80s hair right there.
that's right. They also had the Orson's Farm.
Orson's
for
Farm.
US Acres. Animal Farm, for kids.
Yeah.
Garfield. Now you recognize that that's the Garfield one.
No.
You don't like
Yeah, this
Garfield
is
would
not-
like tap dance over to the record player at the beginning.
Yeah.
I can remember the visuals. I don't remember the song.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that, but
I guess I watched a lot more of it. I thought the Garfield Christmas special was one of the really good ones too of the 80s. This is a girly one. I just don't know which one it is offhand.
Strawberry Shortcake.
Oh, My Little Pony.
Oh,
Yeah.
God, I would never got that.
yeah.
Once it did
I
the
keep forgetting
Another
that
half
was a
second,
throwback
I
in
would've
the
gotten
day,
it.
too.
Yeah, so it's funny that this one was probably had the most. It's weird to say that My Little Pony had the most successful reboot of the teens. With
Because
My-
the
my
My Little
daughters
Bronies.
watched it, so
with the bronies, with the friendship is magic. So it's not GI Joe, it's not these others. My Little Pony successful reboot.
G.I.
Oh,
Joe.
There you go.
Yeah.
Real American
That's-
hero. Trouble. G.I. Joe is there.
Yep.
He's always there, fighting for freedom over land
Land and Glare. G.I. Joe.
You know that
you
when
go back to these songs and you're like, they were not creative when they were writing the lyrics for this
the
shit.
GI if you go to the was it the GI Joe the movie one? That one is like awesome. Have you ever watched that version of like the GI Joe intro?
Never paid attention.
Yeah, I never paid
I
attention.
think I got that on VHS somewhere, actually.
Because let's see.
Because they did
Yeah.
they had a mini series in '83, right? And then or was it '84? And then they actually debuted a proper series in '86.
The
Or,
80
I'm getting
it
the
was
83s and '86s backwards. I'm sorry.
it was 83 was the first miniseries. Then they did the second one, which was like the Return of Cobra,
right.
and then they did the actual show.
G.I.
Off
Joe
of that.
the movie is the best animated film ever.
That might be a little bit. Well, Shifty's a little. Look at you can tell from his icon that he might be biased.
Cobra
this is
Commander.
No. What?
This
no.
is the no, but this is the intro from the movie, man. It's like,
D-Day Gasm.
back when you had like Marvel Productions really going with Sunbow.
You're saying this one was really good?
Yeah, wait. I mean,
Are we going to be able to listen to any more of it before we get in trouble?
I'm gonna pause it so that we can be transformative.
Yeah,
I'm
well, it's got
streaming
a
it
little
to my-
Transformers-ish to it as well. Like,
This one gave a Cobra intro before they got to the G.I. Joe.
I mean,
part.
it's sounding pretty good. I'm liking it. I'm picking up what it's putting down. Okay, it's losing me now. Okay, it might be pulling me back in now.
There's a lot
Yeah,
of
we will
crotch
get
shots
claimed
there.
for this. Shifty is right.
Yeah, I am pausing it. I'm checking.
Pausing it's
Yeah,
not
his
going to
friend
not get
got
you
claimed.
claimed.
I mean, what? We're not monetized. We don't even have 300 subs. Hey, chat, help us out.
Everybody
Chat,
in
that's
chat.
on you.
Everybody in chat is already subbed.
I
I guarantee
know.
it because it's the same people.
It is. We have a loyal fan base that I love and appreciate, and if they can go out and preach the gospel of our show,
Spread the gospel of AA.
Watch now, you'll get one sub and it'll be Script Doctor.
No, I've already been sent for. I think I'm like 275.
Hey, every bit helps,
Yeah.
damn it. Okay, we gotta stop, man. We're gonna get claimed.
you just got to get it.
I mean, yeah, it's better. I'm
G.I.
liking
Joe
it.
is there.
I mean, come on, it's awesome. It's if you haven't watched G.I. Joe the movie, it is actually pretty good. Although it is butchered in the editing because it was supposed to release before Transformers the movie, but got delayed because Hasbro decided they wanted to put Transformers the movie out first. And when Transformers the movie came out and they killed Optimus Prime and they just destroyed so many kids doing that, they went back and recut the G.I. Joe the movie because they were going to kill Duke, and they brought him back. Like they
See,
did
now
some-
Awesome One made me sad because he said, I don't care. I'm used to mostly being ignored on this channel. I think because we didn't highlight this, maybe? When he was talking about the G.I. Joe reboot.
no.
So-
Or is he talking
And I
about
didn't. That cricket
No,
sound is not me. We did not put that cricket sound in.
No, that's
No,
just F
he's
being
he's
real
talking
life.
about he's talking about Reboot, the animated cartoon from the 90s.
Reboot's pretty good. I did
Yeah.
like Reboot
Yeah.
back in the day.
That was
that
good.
was made by us Canadians up here.
Never mind. I
Eh?
hated Reboot. That show sucked.
Yeah, you really wanted to finish that with an A, didn't you? There, script.
Actually,
You
the
really
original
wanted to
creators are
throw
doing
it.
like one of the creators is from the UK, but they're actually they started a YouTube channel recently where they're like rewatching Reboot and talking about it and doing behind the scenes stuff. So
It was
And they get
progressive
claimed by
rock
their
for the
own
time.
production company.
I do love the fad of actors and creators rewatching their own shows and commenting on it.
We can't get a new show. We're going to talk about our old show.
dude, I mean, it's
like Boy
actually
Meets
quite-
World.
Yeah, like the Boy Meets World people did that. Michael Rosenbaum's doing that with Smallville. A lot of actors never watch their own stuff because why bother? They were there when they were making it,
I
and
lived
now
it.
they're actually understanding.
Yeah, Dottie, I lived it.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
And now they're actually realizing the stuff that they didn't read before, and they're wondering, oh, well, this is why fans like the show. Or in some cases, like, how is this actually made? Like, people watch this for so many years. Like, what the heck's wrong with you?
I
For
do
the
love
most part, Katie Sackhoff does a pretty good job with her podcast.
but the Rosenbaum and the guy who played Tom Welling, who would do the Smallville one.
Oh yeah.
That one is pretty entertaining since they were both like, especially because Rosenbaum, leaves after a few seasons. He's like, I have no idea what's going on with this one.
No, that's a pretty insightful podcast. I haven't checked out. I think they're on like season 4 now or something. I haven't checked out their recent stuff, but like it's fun to see because I know I haven't met Michael Rosenbaum, but I know him through other people, and all the stories are like he's got this really high standard of quality of work that he likes to watch, but he also loves horror at the same time, which is not really known for quality. So he's got this really like interesting opinion on things. And I'm just thinking to myself, like when I heard he was doing the podcast, I'm like, oh, he's probably going to hate a lot of these episodes on the show because the show is really just, it's not great. And then you watch some of the episodes and you're like, yeah, he actually does not really like some of this stuff. And then some stuff he does like. It's funny to see actors kind of figuring this out. I mean, Connor Trenier and who's the other guy? He played Malcolm Reed on Enterprise. They've got a podcast where they actually rewatch some Star Trek Enterprise shows and talk about it.
Hopefully they don't watch the last episode where it went off the
They don't need to. They complained about making the last episode. I remember hearing those stories when I was interning at Paramount right before the split.
I mean, and I think Frakes directed them too, so it's even worse. Like I think he was the director on those last couple. But it is interesting because actors for people they usually just highlight their own lines, don't bother reading anything when they're not in. So like Script said, a lot of times they'll be watching and be like, oh shit, I never saw this scene. That's
Incomplete picture of what they were doing.
Yeah.
Well, they do it as a technique because they're not supposed to know the stuff that they're not in. So that's how they sell the stuff that they are in better.
Yeah.
That's true.
Makes sense.
And, one of the things that is something you got to remember too, Smallville was from the era of scripted television where the standard was 20 plus episodes a season, anywhere from 22 to 26, depending on which network and what they wanted to get out of it. So there's filler. There's lots of filler episodes. It's not like where you get a season where it's 8 episodes and it's kind of a cohesive narrative that's moving forward.
Like NCIS still does. After 20 years or so.
Yep.
and it's a lot easier on a pure procedural to do that. Whereas Smallville almost became a procedural, a villain of the week, a meteor villain of the week for its early years.
I never watched it, although I got called Lex Luthor from that quite often.
Well, yeah, oddly enough, you look like an older Michael Rosenbaum, even though you're 10 years younger than him.
Thanks.
I mean, must be all the bourbon and cigarettes.
That was quite the compliment sandwich right there.
Yeah, that's Matt Mardigan coming through.
He's talked about like filler episodes. Like Smallville is probably the first show where they actually had a filler character, and that was Lana Lang, because she didn't do anything for 7 seasons, like at all. She had nothing to do.
Smallville really took off as a show where I enjoyed it more when they put in Lois Lane as played by
okay, that is the Superman one. I liked that. That was I thought that was
what was her name? Yeah,
Erica Durant.
Erica Durant. Yeah, that's right. Because she was actually a really good she had the feisty, like I thought it was kind of stupid to put Lois Lane in Smallville. I mean, they're destroying Superman canon a lot, but taking that out of it, she was a good foil. She had the Lois Lane personality perfectly.
Yeah, the aggressive arrogance, but at the same time, like compassion.
Exactly. You know, she's empathetic, but still like ballsy. You know, like that's Lois Lane. She's supposed to be a reporter, a 1930s style, like go get them Pulitzer.
I didn't watch it, but wouldn't Lex Luthor being in it have already destroyed the canon? I mean, he wasn't from Smallville.
I mean, it was already a problem, and I still am mad at it because they didn't give me a Superman in a damn suit. I waited 10 seasons. I was like, at least I'll get it in the finale, and they did a like blink and you'll miss it, like quick, like allusion to the suit. They don't actually show Welling in it. It was stupid.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I know. It was just fun.
It's kind of like when they were doing shows and then they would do the kids version of the show. Like it was already a cartoon, and then they would do, like, I'm trying to think of like, well, Muppet Babies, stuff like that, where you had the regular Muppets and then you would go into Muppet Babies. You're throwing all the characters in, whether they should know each other or not.
Man, Muppet Babies was such a great cartoon. It will never, ever see the light of day because of so many rights issues.
Really?
Well, don't you remember in Muppet Day, they were constantly using like clips from movies and songs. Like they were mixing in Star Wars and all these other things.
I remember watching it. I don't remember
anything
specific from it. It's been
I asked,
literally decades.
They went on little imagination adventures every week.
Okay.
I remember asking a guy at a convention once why I was like, why isn't this on DVD or whatever? And he was like, it's a rights nightmare. Nobody like trying to track down and get the rights to all the music they used and all the video now is just impossible.
Well, Chad, find it and put it on the Plex.
None of the copies of Muppet Babies are good. So here we go. Yeah. Otherwise, I would. All right, what do we got? Rescue
Oh,
Rangers.
Rescue Rangers. Yeah, this is
Rescue
Rescue Rangers. Gumshoes are picking up the slack.
Chip and Dale.
That was also a good NES game too.
Oh yeah, the
That was
Disney afternoon ones were good. DuckTales was a great game. That one was a good one. Did Darkwing get it?
Duck had a good
Darkwing
one.
Duck had a
Yeah.
great game. It wasn't part of the Saturday afternoon thing or whatever it was, but I mean, it did have its own game.
Mhm.
Darkwing Duck was the Disney afternoon.
It was part of the afternoon.
It wasn't branded that for the games.
Yeah, it wasn't
Oh,
branded
okay.
for the games. Yeah.
You know
'Cause
what's
the Dis-
amazing when you think back on it? Tailspin had one season.
Well, it was 60 plus episodes.
I
mean,
know. That's amazing that's how it used to be for us.
but no, yeah,
I
cartoons
wasn't
used to
big
be.
on Tailspin. It was probably my least favorite.
I like Tailspin.
People forget. So the
Becky was hot as hell.
cartoons, the standard for cartoons used to be a syndication order. You would order enough episodes for it to be able to be syndicated, which was 65 was, I think, was that the minimum script?
I think the minimum threshold was 50 and 65 was the sweet number in order to get you into the next season.
Yeah. So 65 was so that's why a lot of cartoons, they have one quote unquote season, but it was a 65 episode order and then it was done because that was what they wanted, because they'd have enough to just syndicate it into forever.
Yeah, I don't need all your background knowledge. All I know is one season, and it felt like it was 5 years worth of shows.
And it's incredibly impressive because when you're doing cartoon, you don't get the benefit of being able to change gears quickly like you can a sitcom or live action drama. Like you're in all or nothing. And the fact that so many across the 80s and early 90s succeeded, that it's just blows my mind because they nailed it out of the gate, essentially.
The only one I really wish had gotten the full syndication order but didn't was Exo Squad, because that show was good and it didn't get that full order. It was a much smaller order. So, let's see what we get here with number 6.
I'd be like sunshine and make the sunshine. Have a heart
What the
like
fuck is this?
light. I'd be like wish
Is this Strawberry Shortcake?
I already
Probably.
guessed that one, so I'm not guessing it again.
No, that's
Care Bears.
Care Bears.
God.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I don't remember the show.
I barely watched that.
I remember the movie though. The movie was
The
think I
movie
watched,
was
like,
fucking
Raccoon
dark.
movie I did.
yeah, with the like book that was like taking over the mind of the little kid and making
Yeah,
him
the
do
movie
evil
was
magic.
dark.
It had that like face that was in the book too. That was scary as crap.
The Necronomicon.
Yeah.
Well, and the kid like basically just turned into like a soulless husk that felt nothing.
I am my son just finished reading The Secret of Nim, Miss Frisbee and the Rats of Nim book.
Oh, cool.
So I was like, oh, I've got a movie we're gonna watch then. you're prepped
I'm
now
about to scar your childhood.
Welcome to your nightmare.
Yep. I've already got him to watch Neverending Story in a theater this year, so he got to
How old
watch
is he?
He's 9 turning 10.
Oh,
So
it's time to hit him with Dark Crystal.
Yep.
Oh, we already
he's-
tried that too early. We tried that one too early and Labyrinth too early. He just wasn't ready.
Ooh,
for it.
Labyrinth's even worse in my opinion.
Oh, I think Dark Crystal's worse than Labyrinth.
Oh no, yeah,
no,
Dark
Warriors
Crystal.
of Virtue is worse than all of them.
Oh, with the crazy kangaroo looking things.
Kangaroo, yeah.
Ugh. Ugh. Oh yeah, I forgot about the Care Bear cousins when they needed to add a new merch
Yeah,
line.
well, those were the
lions.
different animals, right?
The
Like,
lion and the
Now,
yeah, because the Care Bears were all bears, but the cousins were all sorts of other shit,
like a
elephants
hippo, a
and
lion,
lions, and
then they eventually just kind of somebody stole that and made the Wuzzles.
oh, the Wuzzles was that was Disney's version because Disney wanted a stuffed animal line.
Elaroo.
That reminds me of there were the Smurfs and then there were the Snorks. Does anyone remember the Snorks?
Yeah.
along with the Snorks.
Snorks. Yeah.
Swim
still have,
along with the Snorks.
I think I still have somewhere from Roy Rogers a Snorks when they did a Snorks like kids meal tie-in because my mom worked at Roy Rogers at the time, so she would bring home the toys.
Remember when all the Happy Meals used to come with all the collectible toys from all of these things?
Oh yeah, I still have Christmas ornaments that we put on our tree that we got when we were kids.
I've got a cousin who had every freaking Happy Meal toy that came out for every show. I mean,
So
nonstop.
I mean, I still think the Snorks win that war because I mean, how are the
Basically.
Smurfs going to invade
Well,
the Snorks turf?
if you're under that logic, the Smurf Snorks War was basically them writing Wakanda Forever script.
Because the Snorks were amphibious, like they could come out on land, no problem. But I don't know how the Smurfs survive underwater.
No, the Snorks weren't amphibious.
Snorks stayed underwater the whole time.
They were underwater the whole time.
Yeah, but they have a snorkel on top of their head.
But that's only for movement.
Clearly, they can breathe air.
No, they're breathing water.
That was for propelling. I mean, they blew out
telling
through
you,
their snorkel.
I think the Snorks are amphibious.
Oh yeah, I
think
still
you're
have
insane.
Eric. I have my Batman Forever glasses, the Mickey D's, like when you would get the like actual glasses with your meal if you bought like the movie tie-in.
Yeah,
meal.
like the Coca-Cola glasses.
Yeah, those were nice.
The frosted ones. I remember the
yeah.
old Batman Returns glasses with like the painting on the outside of them. Those are pretty cool.
That's actually true
Just
too.
don't put them in the
Stoll is right.
dishwasher.
The Snorks can replenish their losses faster because they have more women.
True.
That's true. Smurfette wouldn't. Yeah.
So did the pound puppies.
Yeah, I don't know that Smurfette could keep the army going.
Plus, Smurfette was like a creation of Gargamel, so there's a lot of issues with that too.
I forgot about that.
Such a dark show. Oh,
Inspector Gadget.
Inspector Gadget.
Man, that was the first show I think I remember noticing Cree Summer's voice. And then once you realize how many voices Cree Summer did for all the cartoons we watched as a kid.
And how much he had to have jacked up his throat to do them. I'll get you, Gadget.
No, Cree Summer's a woman.
Voice.
She did Penny's voice.
Oh, Penny's. Okay.
She was the first time I saw her live action was Another World, this Cosby Show spinoff.
Yeah.
But when I watched the show and I heard the voice, I was like, "What?" I feel like I've heard that's Penny. Like, what is going on? Yeah, and she still does great voiceover work today. She did. If you ever watched, was it Drawn Together on Comedy Central? She was Foxy Cleopatra.
She was Foxy. She was one of the babies in Rugrats.
Yep.
She actually plays a librarian in Abbott Elementary.
Have you guys heard that they're doing a live adaptation of Rugrats
with CGI babies?
Oh God, no.
Yeah, I don't listen. Rugrats is it was advertised as like a kid's show, but it really did come right up to the edge of entertaining parents.
Like grandpa renting porn.
Well, grandpa renting basically is like an Andy Sedaris film, essentially. So not quite porn, but pretty close. It was a funny cartoon, but it was definitely
a lot of Nickelodeon was that at the time.
Because anyone not over the age of 30? Yeah, there was Doug, Roscoe's Modern Life.
Rocco's Modern Life. That was really edgy. That was like MTV level.
I mean, at the time, I think Nickelodeon also aired. What was it? MTV did Ren and Stimpy, right?
Yeah, MTV did Ren and Stimpy and Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah. But even Doug had some occasionally risque jokes that were a little.
They had the innuendo in there, but Billy
they were closer to preteen. Yeah.
Billy West had this stipulation when he signed on for that character, which is that it always has to be family friendly because he liked the purity of what they were trying to do when they started, like when they initially did the pilot episode.
Wait,
was cool.
Shifty's telling me no, Nickelodeon did do Ren and Stimpy. I think that was a Nick at Night airing.
He was originally on MTV.
I only remember being on MTV, but if Nickelodeon did that, that's news to me. But that's pretty cool.
They did it after the fact because, like I said, I think when there was some sort of like revival of it after it was done airing the first time is when it ended up on Nickelodeon.
Probably like a slightly more toned back version of it.
I think they also aired it later at night. They were trying to pick up.
Was it one of those scenarios where, like, remember MTV did a lot of things where they were shorts, like for liquid television?
Yeah, they did the Head and the Max.
Yeah.
They
did
Eon
Flux.
Eon Flux, yeah.
Eon Flux was weird.
Yes,
I think it was
weird but strangely hot.
Because Beavis and Butthead started as shorts for that too.
Yes.
And I think that was a situation where it started as a short on MTV, but Nickelodeon probably picked it up to series. When
Aeon
they
Flux
actually
was one of those first animated series where I think a lot of people were asking, would anime work in the West?
Well,
I mean, it was
wasn't just
kind of
anime,
the
it was, like,
introduction to anime for a lot
French
of
version
people.
of anime too. Like it had that.
It was more of a metal
That really
Erlon
artsy
kind of thing.
shit.
Yeah.
Well, it was the heavy metal Erlon, whichever way you want to say it, styling more than anime.
Similar animation style used in Phantom 2040, if you remember that show.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I like. I've always been a fan of the Phantom. I don't understand. It hasn't. It's just never going to catch on in the modern U.S. environment. I
No,
guess.
it's huge in Europe and
It's-
Australia.
yeah.
I love the Phantom. Like
It is the longest running continuous comic strip in the world.
and he's
People don't-
technically like the first superhero too, because he predates Superman and Batman and all them guys.
Yeah, because he did actually have powers. So yeah, because maybe because it's basically, I think it's a little ahead of the Shadow, but Zorro didn't have powers, so it's not.
Yeah,
not
and like the
technically
Phantom's powers
superheroes.
like jungle oriented, but he was
Yeah.
also the one with the legacy myth, which is father to son, son to son, and so forth. Legacy of this illusion of the ghost who walks. So it's such a cool character. I highly recommend if you're like these old pulp stories and those flicks, Lee Falk's The Phantom. Check it out.
Yeah, Billy Zane's Phantom is underrated. It is weird the first time you realize his dad is Longshanks from Braveheart, though. It really gonna mess with your head.
He's number 6 from the
Prisoner.
Yeah,
yeah. I love The Prisoner, but I wasn't gonna use that reference for our crowd. That one, although maybe I should. The Prisoner is a great show.
It is.
I even liked the remake with Jim Caviezel.
Oh, that I understood that one, but it just didn't fit for me.
There's Muppet Babies,
Muppet
like we
Babies.
talked about.
Muppet Babies.
What's weird is that this is something. This feels like a song that would come out of Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 80s, like the cartoon theme songs, they made a little more commitment to actually being.
They took some time.
Like good songs. Like, I mean, I'm trying to think of ones that there were some bad ones, but they were all actually at least tried to have a good theme.
Mm-hmm.
Like even
Them in the hologram.
This is Mask. No, it's Mask.
Yeah,
Mask.
It's what?
Mask. You remember where they had the cars that could transform?
Nope.
Oh,
Yeah, I have no idea what this
I had
is.
Never heard of
action
it.
Figures
You didn't
where
remember Mask?
it was like
good.
a motorcycle that transformed into a
To
helicopter.
a helicopter. It was lime green. I had that same one. It was
Yep.
the evil villain one was cool because it was a big purple and blue jet that would transform to a helicopter as well. There was a I think it was a T-bird that would turn into like its wings, gull wings would open up and make it a jet. Mask is it's on YouTube if you want. It's one of Hasbro's big toy lines. They keep trying to find a way to relaunch it. So
Yeah, because they've been losing money off of like expanding the merchandise on it for decades. Like that's the reason, and it's I think it's a pretty viable IP. Just no one has been able to nail it in other forms yet.
yeah, this is a good question. It isn't a mask; it's a helmet. Yes, so they were wearing helmets, but they would call them masks.
Dude, the front of a helmet has a mask on it.
Yeah, so
It was
it's
also
funny.
an acronym for what was it?
mobile armored strike command, but
Yeah.
they used a K instead of a C. It was weird.
Mortal Kombat.
Yep.
Dun 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 dun.
If you can't get the acronym to work, just swap the C for a K.
That's Ninja Turtles.
Brahma won't know this one.
Then Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah. All right, for let's see if Brahma can get points. Do you know what famous TV producer wrote that theme song? And
Oh, good question.
Nope.
who is actually probably the richest, most successful TV producer of the last 40 years?
Oh, awesome one
producer
says
Chuck
that this
Lorre.
show is-
Yes,
it is. Chuck
it is
Lorre
Chuck
wrote the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle theme song. And
Okay. Well, you gave me enough clues.
yeah. Well, yeah, because he did Roseanne. I mean, this guy's getting residuals forever.
Pretty much, yeah.
I mean, he was a Big Bang Theory right into Young
Big
Sheldon.
Bang Theory, Young Sheldon, Mom. He did Anger. He did 2.5 Men.
That's 2.5 Men. I forget that was him too.
Yeah.
So the only guy who's still probably getting good syndication money from sitcoms is him.
Did he do Boston Legal?
No, that was David E. Kelly.
Okay.
Yeah, he did all. He does the. Yeah, he does all the. I think the first time I remember his name was Picket Fences in the early '90s. That's when I think that was his first mega hit show. And then he also did. Did he also do Ally McBeal?
Oh, that's a good question.
I mean, did nobody guess because he was giving me clues on that one, or did nobody know it besides?
Oh no, I didn't
know.
I knew Script would know it,
but nobody else guessed
because I didn't know.
Apparently, neither did Slender.
I'm busy doing research on the Snorks and what advantages they have over the Smurfs. I want to see this happen.
All right.
Ally McBeal was the Boston legal guy who was Kelly.
David E. Kelly, yeah.
David E. Kelly. So he was the legal drama guy. So that makes sense.
Yeah, he also wrote the Wonder Woman pilot with Adriana Palicki, which was a terrible pilot.
Boston Legal was one of the best shows I've ever watched.
Which was a spin-off of what The Practice.
The Practice, but it was literally where the left and right could still talk to each other.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was
they had Shatner in there, so it was
Shatner and
Dermot
what's
Mulroney.
his face is
it was
Alan Shore.
It was
James Spader.
James Spader,
yeah.
They were fantastic, and Candice Bergen and the guy
John
who played
Larroquette.
Odo, John Larroquette. A ton of
John
hot
Larroquette
chicks.
wasn't Odo. It was
no,
Renee
I'm
Allen
saying
Ross.
Yeah,
the guy who played Odo, and then Script brought up John Larroquette. There were a ton of people in that show.
My wife finally rewatched Mannequin the other day because it was one of her favorites from my childhood, and she was like, she's like, I haven't watched it since I was a kid because I was worried it wouldn't hold up and it would kind of ruin one of my childhood memories. And so we're watching it, and it's Mannequin. It's exactly what Mannequin's always been. James Spader was in there playing. He's such a good swarmy like villain type guy.
Mm-hmm.
Even back then, he was perfect for it. And at the end of Mannequin, I was like, "So how was it?" She was like, "It was even more fabulous than I remember." I was like, "Oh."
Yeah. So I found it. You fuckers. Wizard of Ice. 22nd episode, season 4. The Snorks meet a fire flame named Ember in dry space, and they help her stop the ice wizard from freezing the nearby land Snorks.
Okay, so they spent
Snorks are
one
amphibious.
episode
They
on
can
land.
go on land.
All right.
An
Why
awesome
did you
one,
let you
even
run
if it was
again?
Fat Captain Kirk. Boston Legal was so good.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got the mad cow disease through it, which was basically Alzheimer's.
You broke Copied Kitty on going to look up the Snorks. What did you win exactly, Slender?
He won nothing. None of us care.
I don't know if you know this, but I am a certified snorkologist.
You can out mad that on.
If you were a certified snorkelologist, you wouldn't have had to look it up. You would have had the information at hand.
It's called research, and real scientists do it.
Oh,
and just think, we let him run the ghost hunts in Phasmophobia.
Sometimes.
Oh, this is Silverhawks. Silverhawks.
Never watched it.
They had awesome toys. By the way, Tom DeFalco and Marvel 100% ripped off this design for the Darkhawk comic book character. It wasn't even close, but I guess they can just get away with it. Because once they put the mask down, it is the exact same design. Jason the Wheeled Warriors. I love this show.
Oh, I don't think I got to see this one.
Never heard of it.
Yeah.
You don't remember the like Saw Boss, and they were all right. So it was the toy concept that made it a toy line was that they were interchangeable. you could like take the weapons off each vehicle and put it on the other ones?
Nope.
It's I think Straczynski actually came up with the entire show Bible because the toy company was like, we don't give a shit. Just do
J. Michael
whatever.
Straczynski, yeah.
Yeah, and they were just like, just do whatever you want. And so he came up with this completely intricate, very complicated backstory that was really, well themed. And he's still annoyed, I guess, because they never gave him credit, and because it's a cartoon from the 80s, and they didn't care. So he's like still bitter when people ask him about Jason the Wheeled Warriors. But the theme song was great too. That show is also, I believe, on YouTube if anyone wants to check it out. It's great.
Jim?
No, this isn't Jim. It's a girl show.
Yeah.
Is it?
Barbie Does Dallas?
Yeah, Barbie Does Dallas.
Rainbow
Bright. Yeah, that sounds about
maybe
right.
Rainbow Bright. Yeah, it could be.
Could be a third Rainbow used in there.
Punky Brewster.
Oh no!
Oh, that's right. She had a cartoon.
I forgot she had a cartoon.
Yeah, she had a cartoon.
Never
Any
watched
popular show that had any kind of appeal to kids, like Alf, had a Saturday morning cartoon too.
The chick who played Punky Brewster
had
a breast reduction.
Yeah, because they were
massive.
Yeah, she had horrible back pains. That was
Soleil Moon
Frye.
Soleil Moon Frye.
Yeah.
Because she ended up on Sabrina the Teenage Witch, I think, when she was older. Or is it a different?
They recently, in the last 3 years, had done a reboot of Punky Brewster, I think, with her as the mom.
Yeah, a revival thing, 10 episodes.
Yeah. But, man, back pain or not, what a waste. I remember her on either Maxim or one of the other, the male magazines that weren't the porn magazines, but, Maxim and all of those. What we got in the, what was it, late 90s, early 2000s?
Maxim, yeah, back when they
yeah, when you'd have the spreads of the hot chicks still
I
dressed.
still have, I think I still have somewhere the one with Kirsten Dunst, where she was like in the open jacket. It was a nice cover.
Oh, I had a few of the Allison Hannigan ones posted up in the college room.
Let's see. Yeah, it was. I think they've completely canceled those magazines now.
That's where Greg Gutfeld got his start at. DuckTales.
It's like a
hurricane in Duckburg. Race cars, lasers, aeroplanes. It's a Duckler. Might solve a mystery.
Can we just appreciate
history?
How whoever was
DuckTales.
writing
Woo.
the Disney afternoon theme songs did nothing but like hits for like that's a streak for
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even because you got Gummy Bears. I think started before DuckTales, and that one's a
bouncing
great one too.
here and there and everywhere.
You got
High adventure
DuckTales.
that's beyond compare. They are the Gummy Bears.
Do you guys remember any of the old Nickelodeon early morning cartoons, like Maya the Bee and what was the one about
David the Gnome?
David the
David
Gnome.
the Gnome. Yeah, that was out of
David the Gnome was like.
Was that out of Canada script?
That was
Or
a weird one.
David the
Hey,
Gnome? Oh,
David.
I'm not sure on that.
It might have been. I think that would actually no. That might have been a European one.
No, that's
David the Gnome was one of
animated.
those ones that tried to teach you like life lessons and shit.
Yeah, he would ride around
Well,
on.
that
a
was
fox.
everything in the 80s.
The only two shows I can remember as a kid being at least Canadian and they weren't even animated, were the Edison Twins and Danger Bay.
Wasn't Arthur?
I watched it.
Arthur was animated. We had the raccoons, and I think we had some sort of like environmental thing with like these dwarves that were called like the Smuggies or something like that. I think
The Smuggies.
Or the
Was Arthur
Smuggies.
Canadian? Because Steven Crowder did a voice for that.
Arthur is
Whoa.
Canadian.
Eric
Yeah,
Myers is bringing in something to chat that people need to be really careful if they Google search, because Maitland Ward played the female roommate on the later seasons of Boy Meets World with
and
Eric,
then
and
went and
she
became a
is
porn star.
yeah, she has chosen
Well,
a
he
different
says make
career
sure
path.
your not safe for work filter is on.
Yeah, so be aware. Does anybody remember it was a cartoon, I think, out of Australia with like talking koalas from the
Yeah,
80s,
because
like,
we're all from Australia. We'd know.
no, but it
No.
aired in the US. It got syndicated over here.
No,
How
it
does
didn't.
something
You're
from
a
a
liar.
place that doesn't exist air here?
The only thing I ever
Yeah.
saw Australian, like animated wise, was a movie called Dot and the Kangaroo. And it wasn't even fully animated. Like only half the movie was. The other half
Oh,
was
by
live
the
action.
way, happy birthday, Grant Gregory.
Oh yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
happy
happy
birthday, Grant Gregory.
Yeah,
Grant, I know that Brahma thinks you live in a land that doesn't exist, but I think you do exist. Happy birthday.
I mean,
it
I
doesn't
think Mr.
exist.
Grant Gregory exists only on the internet and is an AI. So I don't know if he even technically gets to
Well,
have a birthday.
He has an AI channel. Who else but an AI would have that channel?
Exactly.
Oh yeah, Count Duckula, a British anime. I remember Count Duckula because he drank ketchup instead of blood, and then they also did Danger Mouse, which is a great show. That one had
Mouse was Nickelodeon, wasn't it?
Well,
Yeah.
it was BBC, and I think they imported it.
Yep.
Right, but Nickelodeon is who
Where
aired
it
it
aired
here.
Yeah, because Nickelodeon had an in through Canada with the Canadian Broadcast Company.
Yep.
That's how they had all the Canadian shows like that you can't do it on television.
It
and
started
all
was
those
a
other
Canadian
things.
channel.
Well, I've had
Yeah.
I have teacher. Some of the people, the problem you can't do that on television were my teachers in college. Like,
What?
Oh, yeah.
yeah, it was awesome because they would tell all these great stories about like when they ever said I don't know and they'd get slimed, and they'd always dread the fact that they'd be written to say that because they knew it was going to happen.
Right before Nickelodeon became a child problem studio.
Yes, at that point Disney was the exclusive holder of that.
Yeah. It was once the dude from Head of the Class started making his
Yeah.
TV shows. He's a yeah.
Dude, I
weird
did
guy.
like Guts and Legend of the Hidden Temple.
Yeah. And who doesn't love Double Dare? I mean,
Fucking Family Double Dare.
I love the idea that was it Mark Summers was a germaphobe and was on those sets,
Right.
like where they're just all that stuff was just sitting out under the studio lights. It was probably that might have made him the germaphobe.
He became a germaphobe.
Really?
as
This
a
is
result.
going on, people?
That whipped cream's been sitting there a long time. Get that flag.
Yeah, and the smell. Oof.
Oh, there you go. Do it, Slender.
Oh my God, that's it. Yeah, I can't now. I've missed the moment, but it's gummy bears.
Snorks. Gummy bears? Yeah.
Yeah, another great Disney afternoon hit.
It was so weird because they would drink the gummy berry juice and get their powers. But if humans drank the gummy berry juice, they
So
became
who win-
super strong.
So we've gotten the Smurfs. That means the Snorks must be coming up.
They might be. I don't remember the Snorks having a song.
Simple as can be.
You don't remember the Snorks song? Come along with the Snorks, swim.
Oh,
along
yeah.
With the Snorks.
If it's the
Buy
next one,
me
that would
up.
be great.
Yeah, it was basically take me out to the ball game.
This is Gem and the Holograms.
Yeah, that's fine.
By the way, if you have a girlfriend or wife who's born anywhere from like 77 to 82 or 83, Gem is 100% gonna make them smile if you put it on the TV.
I guarantee you my wife wouldn't know it, and she was born in 76.
I would say my sister was born in 93. She knows Gem and the Holograms a lot.
Yeah, see, Tina knows it. That's around the age for the wheelhouse for Tina.
Eric is asking a question. Does anyone here remember the game show with an animated skull and kids had to answer the questions on a bridge? It sounds like Legends of the Hidden
Yeah,
Temple.
I thought it was Legends of the Hidden Temple. It was a temple.
Temple.
It was like a carving into the temple, not a I mean, it looked
Yeah,
like
it wasn't a skull. It was just a
It was like an
animatronic on the
Aztec
side of
face.
a mountain. Yeah.
Yeah, it was an
Yeah.
Aztec type face.
Yeah, the movie version they made a few years ago was on the cheap and awful, and it was the one time it was the first time my wife truly appreciated when I was like, they're ruining stuff from my childhood, and I would get mad about it. She would be like, "Oh, it's not
I
that big a
can't wait
deal."
till they ruin stuff from your childhood, bitch.
Yeah. And then I showed her the trailer for the Gem movie, and the look of disgust on her face. She's like, and I was like, "Oh, you get it now. They're raping your childhood, and it's not good."
I wonder if it matched the same look on my face when I saw the Gundam trailer that's coming to Netflix.
How's it
Oh,
feel? How's it feel to have your childhood destroyed
It's all
before your
CG,
very
and I'm
eyes?
not a
yeah,
fan.
they're using the Unreal Engine to do an entire show for Gundam.
Yeah,
I don't know about that.
doesn't
It
look
reminds
good.
it reminds
does
me
not
of
look good.
I worked at AMC when Spirits Within came out, that Final Fantasy movie, and it looks like it's still at that same level as
Here's
Spirits
the
Within.
thing.
I
At
liked
the
it well
time,
enough.
I actually really liked Spirits Within, and if
I
you
think
got
it
the
wasn't a Final
DVD,
Fantasy movie.
they had a blooper reel at the end that was fucking hysterical.
I like the things they did with Final Fantasy VII later with animation more than Spirits Within.
You're talking
Oh,
about
yeah, what was that called?
Advent Children? Advent
Yeah.
Children was amazing.
Yeah. I'm guessing Jim.
Yeah, we all knew that one. So we got
No,
that.
No,
we
we
didn't.
didn't.
No, we didn't.
Not until she said Jim.
This is Visionaries, I think. You remember the little
Oh, no.
hologram
I
toys?
know, I
from
remember
Hasbro?
the toys. I don't remember the
Yeah.
cartoon.
That would be another thing I never heard of.
You don't remember
I've
where they
never
had
heard of
the
this.
if you put your finger, they would have the hologram stickers. So if you put
You
your
apparently
finger on,
had a lot more freaking toys than I did.
I was
had
gonna say,
a
I love how
G.I.
every
Joe
time-
and a Thundercats toy.
I
and
had-
then a
I
buddy
didn't-
of mine had the freaking aircraft carrier from G.I. Joe.
all right, look, you knew somebody who had the flag, so fuck off. Nobody I knew ever had the flag. Jesus Christ, you needed a
I
whole
had
room
the
just for
I
the
had the
flag.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles
His-
sewer. That's what I
His
had.
dad was a major in the Air Force, so yeah,
I mean,
they got him the military style toys.
yeah, I mean, I had GI Joe toys too. The biggest one I had was the Night Raven. I had a friend.
It was the Blackbird one, wasn't it?
Yeah, where it had
Yeah,
the
Sounds
that
to
one
me like
was awesome.
Dad just had all the toys.
I
Yeah,
had
that's what it's starting to sound like.
I
And
said
then
I had a
whenever we're
Night
like,
Raven.
yeah, I don't know that show. He's like, you don't know that show? Let me describe every toy that show has ever made because I
Here's
had
the
it.
whole line because
Hasbro
my
has
parents
been
spent
trying to-
$15.99 on each one of them for us.
Okay, number one, I was in Japan when all these things came out, so the toys weren't even available. GI Joe we could get, but the directions were in Japanese, so we had to stay to just basically the figures. We had one guy I knew who had the Terrordrome on base, and we all played at his house. But it's because I got tapes of the Saturday morning cartoons from my grandmother, and I would watch them all the time because they were in English, and they had commercials for the Visionaries. So
Happy Kitty, you can have a lot of fun with an abacus, okay?
Yeah, you can do math and whatnot.
Yeah. Figure out how much money you're taking from your
ads for
friends.
the Visionary line of toys in the backs of Marvel Comics.
Exactly. Yeah, and I got comics too.
I
No,
never did comics either.
I didn't. I couldn't come close to sniffing getting the flag if I asked my parents for it. Jesus, that thing. We didn't have room. How big? I think we've shown pictures before. The flag was, I think, 3 feet long, and I want to say it was about 1.5 feet, 2 feet wide. It was basically to scale, so the Sky Striker could land on it. the toy jet for GI Joe, the Tomcat. The Sky Striker is the Tomcat. So,
Yeah, you're way off, dude. The flag was 7.5 feet long and 3
Jesus.
feet wide.
7. Yeah, you take up a whole room.
Yeah, that's worth even the
Also,
biggest Gunpla.
also 3 feet tall. It is the largest playset ever produced for any line of action figures.
Yeah, the largest Gunpla, for example, is 4.5 feet tall, and the figure that's in it is 6 inches.
Yeah, they also had the giant space shuttle set was premiered as a toy in the cartoon, I think in one of their like 5-part miniseries to start a season. I think of the second season, and that playset was pretty gigantic too.
Even the largest Transformers weren't even that big.
The Titan Transformers like Metroplex and Trypticon were definitely not that big.
Thundercats.
Yep.
Thundercats are on the move. Thundercats are loose.
I didn't dislike the reboot of this.
No,
it was actually really good.
Yeah,
it was just, if you like the lat one, I would also recommend around the early 2000s the He-Man they did.
Oh,
I know what
2002
you're talking
He-Man was
about.
good. Yeah,
it was that one was really good, and it was a shame they didn't get the next season where they were going to get into the Snake Men.
Snake
It
Man
was a
and
shame
Hordak,
Thundercats got
Yep.
canceled too.
Yep.
Yeah,
I agree.
These were good ones. Yep, and it was.
Feel the roar. Thundercats are loose.
So, who do you think was more responsible for people of our age developing furry issues? The was it the cheetah girl from from the Thundercats? Chitara, or
I'm not
the
gonna
girl,
lie, I've never
or
met
Lola
anybody
Bunny from
Lola Bunny would definitely do it, but I've never met anybody our age who's a furry. I've only seen the next 2 generations down.
Yeah, I've
decide to
actually
be
seen one
furries.
person older than us that was a furry, and that creeped me out a lot.
I don't meet furries because if I see a furry, I cross the street. Like, nope. You and I have nothing to talk about, and we never will.
Slender pets him gently.
Was it this is crazy to me that at an estate sale they wanted $1,000 for the flight. That thing better be pristine with the box.
Yep.
Because
some of the toys from our childhood are
dude
stupid money.
I want that die-cast Voltron. That would be my one.
That I can send you a link.
I know, but it's like $500.
No, the one I'll send you is like $325.
Oh, just $325.
Let me put it this way: Imp and me are Gen X. I may be Zennial instead of Millennial, but I'm in that Gen X and Millennial mix.
82, right?
81. So
yeah, I'm 82 and I subscribe to Gen X because that's what they told me I was until the mid 2000s when they decided to change the fucking numbers.
When they decided to change everything. But our generation, we could look at Becky from Tailspin and say, yeah, that's a hot bear, or Lola Bunny and say, yeah, that's a hot bunny. At no point did anybody in our generation say, yeah, I'm going to be a bunny or a bear at this point.
Yeah.
That is all generations beyond us.
Well, I was called Generation Y, and I remember distinctly in the mid 90s, the millennials being brought in as a separate generation, and then some jackass decided to combine us together. And I'm like, no, you can't do that. Anyone that's born before 1993 knew a world without the internet. They're a different generation.
Yeah.
Well, and that's what they used to call Gen X.
Yep.
It used to be if you grew up at any point. So
we've had this conversation before.
Yeah, me and Slender and Chad. It was a situation where like right now I think they're defining Zennials as 1977 to 1983, saying, okay, you were the last group that actually like rode your bikes until the lights went out. Or lights came on, I mean. But you also were the first ones. You were also the first ones that had access to the internet. So you understand the internet implicitly, but you also grew up without the internet.
You understand the internet
degree of your life,
but you are not of the internet.
Yeah, most of us didn't have the internet until high school.
High school, 8th grade, somewhere around there. Yeah,
after high school.
Well, yeah, because the internet became a public, well, not mostly public, but a publicly available service by 1998 to 2002. That's kind of when it exploded and got into most people's household as it developed.
I think, yeah.
Well, the AOL stuff was closer to 95, 94.
That was all
I would
like
say,
by
yeah.
disc and phone line. I'm talking
Yeah.
Broadband didn't kick in until
broadband was around late 90s, early O's at its
yeah,
earliest.
if you played the original Command and Conquer back in the day,
Oh, yeah.
you could play it multiplayer online, sort of. But what you did was you would dial direct via your 2880 baud modem to your
Directly to the
friend's
person.
modem.
Yep.
And if
And if your
somebody
friend-
picked up the freaking phone, you were screwed.
Exactly.
So
if your
that's
friend
why
was a
instead-
bitch and started losing, he'd call your house so that the
Yeah.
the fucking
I mean,
caller ID or the call waiting.
Yeah,
would kick
that's
you
why
off
if
the
you were a
internet.
cool kid, you would do a LAN party and you would haul your
Case in
fucking
point.
tower
Yep.
over to another friend's house. My God, that
Did
was
that a
such
bunch.
a
I had
pain.
a Zilog tower computer that I had to bring around to my friend's house for LAN parties. Like that's how old I was. doing
Tina,
that.
you could have with AOL. I mean, it was
No,
dial up at that
No,
point.
no,
85 to 89?
85 to 89, it would have been like Prodigy or Arrows
Very
or-
end of it,
yeah.
Prodigy and AOL.
Yeah, you're like in maybe like in IRC chat rooms.
Yeah, it was very, very
Oh,
basic.
God.
Age,
You're probably using
sex,
Artsy as a search
location.
engine, too.
I mean, because case in point, 2008, 2009, when I was raiding in WoW and Burning Crusade, we had a healing druid who was playing on dial-up.
Oh my God.
Oh wow.
All right,
You guys wiped a lot, huh?
I love the idea
really,
of Bad Chick
no.
Bojan having to be like friggin' war games where she's taking the phone and putting it down onto that modem receiver so it can do the tones to do the
Yeah.
dialing.
No, I remember some high schools and universities they had internet because I was maybe in the first grade when I heard what that word was, and we didn't look. Finally learn what it was until like grade 4.
We had internet like the first place I had ever used broadband was in high school. It was and I was in high school from 95 to 99, and it was crazy because at the time everything was pre-installed. So I installed Netscape Navigator on the computer at the that I sat at in the high school, and the teacher was like, "What is that?" And I was like, "It's a different web browser." And she was like, "You can't you got to use Internet Explorer. That's how you use the internet." I was like, that's just a browser. She's like, "No, that's the internet."
The internet.
I was like, what are you doing? Here, let me go to Ask Jeeves to look up if that's the internet. Oh, that was when you had like the Wild West days because they didn't have any site blocking technology, really.
And then
According
tons
to
of GeoCities websites and all that.
Yeah.
But it was also
according to
you
my
had
understanding, if you watch the IT crowd, the internet is in a little black box that's kept by the elders in Big Ben in London. So
makes sense.
yeah, you gotta go to London if you want to actually see the internet.
So for me, I would say the easy like cultural touchstone was Windows 95 for being like, because that was a lot of people's first computer operating system because it was the first, like Microsoft made a big push for it
and then Davina knows exactly what I'm talking about because she said it in the chat too.
Yeah, so because that for a lot of people that was their first computer they got was a Windows 95 computer. That was their first home PC.
I actually had a PC Instruments that you had to use DOS.
I had the DOS, and then we had the Windows 3.31.
Oh, 3.1 was.
Yeah,
they said it was a graphic interface.
When 95
It was
came
barely
out.
a graphic interface.
It was awesome.
I don't think I saw Windows until I was actually in school and they started doing the computer classes.
I was one of those people who, since I installed most of my first video games on DOS, I didn't like Windows for the longest time. I'm like, this would be so much easier if I could just type in the commands.
Yeah.
I just
instead of double clicking, having to type run and remember whatever the command was.
Yep.
Our first home PC was an IBM clone called a Head Start, and it was on Windows 3.1. And I remember my little brother was playing King's Quest. I forget which
one.
So this would have been around
Probably 1.
92.
I have them all.
So,
92
so
that would be like 3 or 4 by that point.
I think it was 3. It was anyway. It doesn't matter which one. He fucking crashed the computer and nuked something in the operating system. I wasn't even using it. My mother comes downstairs and she's like, "Well, now you have to fix it." And I was like, "Why are you looking at me? I didn't." She's like, "He's too little, so you're gonna do it." I was
That's
like,
a $70,000 piece of equipment.
I mean, it was probably, I think it was like around like $1,500, but $1,500 in like 1992 was a lot of money.
Yeah, if you
That thing costs more than your flag aircraft carrier.
Yep.
So she hands me the stack. If you guys remember, Windows 3.1 was like 24
The floppies.
of the 3.5-inch discs.
Mhm.
Yep.
She just hands
Really?
it to
You
me.
had
and
3.5?
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, and it had both drives on there.
I would have thought it would have been 5-inch floppies at that point.
No, I was trying to convince my mother she should have got the CD-ROM, but she said no. Nobody needs. I don't need to listen to CDs. And I was like,
That's
okay.
not. Yeah, we got the CD-ROM with Encarta 95 like the following year, like
Yeah.
because that was your encyclopedia because there wasn't an internet available in our homes yet.
How many
wanted-
of you guys played Descent?
Descent. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah, definitely.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Davina,
It was-
I also have the entire Space Quest collection. So
Yeah.
Well, I told you.
I'll tell you what. If you want, you know what, Brahma, the
You go through
real
those adventure games, and I just sit
the
there and
real
watch.
Gen X dividing line is: did you ever look up something in a real fucking encyclopedia that's a book?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
If you had to if you
We
had to
had the
actually go to
collection at the
if you-
house.
if you had one in your house or had to go to the library to look something up in a physical encyclopedia, you're not you shouldn't be
And that
counted
was
as
how
a
you had to
millennial.
write papers back
Yep.
then.
Yep.
I remember
And-
taking stuff out of the library.
Yeah.
You
No, I
and
remember
you're-
why. I can remember
you
why.
remember
guys
how
calculating DOS.
dicky
I
your
started on a Commodore
teachers got?
64, and I forget to type everything out in that.
Yeah, your teachers
Yep.
get so bitchy about it has to be a physical book. You can't cite some
you must learn the Dewey Decimal System and make references with the card catalog.
UHF. Don't you know the Dewey Decimal System?
Yeah, because I mean, when I found out that kids could use Wikipedia as a hard reference for papers now, I was like, you just pieces of
Oh, you idiots.
shit.
Yeah.
Just like, no wonder academia is a problem.
Yeah.
Cops.
Yep. Fighting crime in a future time.
Great catchphrase.
You know that it's loosely a continuation of G.I. Joe because there's a character who's supposed to be like the grandson of one of the G.I. Joe guys. So
Apparently, a lot of people saw this. I have no idea what this is.
you
Never
don't remember
saw it.
Cops?
I remember
Nope.
seeing. I remember the artwork, but I never saw it.
Never saw
it's
the
called
cartoon.
Crazy
I've
Imp.
seen
Good
the
one.
artwork.
Imp, I don't remember Cops. It is now time for Lil Chad to explain to me all the toys that Cops had.
All right.
least
Well,
you know
if
the
you
routine.
wanted to know, I could tell you that there was Strong Arm, who was the guy who shot out the handcuffs.
No, that's Long Arm. He was Long
Long
Arm.
Arm,
Long
Long
of the
Arm.
law. There's
Yeah, and then
Bulletproof.
Bulletproof. He's the lead guy right there with the sunglasses. He could open them. He'd actually have guns that would.
He was
I
shot in
see
the first
4
episode,
guys
and they
wearing
gave him a
sunglasses.
metal chest. You
Yeah.
have Bowser and Blitz, who is the cop and canine unit. That's all I can remember right now. There's Big Boss, who's the bad guy.
Yeah, who was like basically a 30s gangster, but mixed with just a fat.
There's a character.
Boss Hog.
There's a masculine woman character named Misdemeanor. Like these names alone should just get you wanting to watch this show because it is ridiculous and it is a comedy.
And the animation was pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an enjoyable cartoon. If you
Makes you wonder if it's one of the shows that they shipped over to Japan to animate.
Oh no, I think it was a Sunbow.
Okay.
So yeah.
Or it was a D.
Because case in point, the real Ghostbusters was done in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Marvel Studios used to use Sunbow for pretty much everything they
Yeah.
animated for Hasbro.
And the only reason I could tell that real Ghostbusters was done in Japan is not just because the credits are full of Japanese names. All the various beam effects. It's like, oh yeah, I've seen that before.
It's like
Gundam.
It's a Gundam.
Yeah, much.
Oh, Captain and the Game Master.
Yeah.
So disappointing.
Captain
so
and
much.
the Game Master? What the hell is
No,
that?
Captain N, right?
Captain
N.
Captain N as in Nancy, the Game Master. It was a Nintendo tie-in cartoon.
It was great.
Oh, it was awful. I hated it as a kid.
It's on the Plex
It was
server if you want to check
awesome.
it out. We have the
God,
entire
disappointed
series.
me
Kid
so
Icarus.
much as a kid.
Oh, and the Mega Man voice.
Mega Man,
Man, because apparently that's how Mega Man.
King
was.
Hippo.
Yeah, I hated
The
that.
Eggplant King.
I think I know what you guys are talking about now. I hated this show.
I did not like it.
It was
He
the
had-
only thing that was like a Nintendo-based show.
His
Aside
belt
from
buckle
Super
was
Mario
like
Brothers
the,
show, yeah.
was the gamepad, and he used the zapper as his gun.
Yep.
Wasn't this also the
I
cartoon that
remember why
introduced
I
the
hated
Game
this.
Boy?
They
Yep.
shit all over Simon Belmont in
Yep.
this cartoon.
Yes, they
Yeah,
did.
they made him.
Well,
a
they gave him a
pretty boy
double
idiot.
chin.
I'm gonna
Well,
give him
that
the
wasn't
old
even the art
1-2,
style.
maybe a 5 for good measure. Oh, fuck off.
He was
I
very vain.
They made the Metro was the
Mother Brain.
Mother Brain that was the boss, but they never had Samus on the show,
No,
which was
but
weird.
they had her lieutenants were the eggplant wizard and
King Hippo.
Yeah.
That was
The
just ruined
world,
Nintendo game
the
time.
world was based on Faxanadu because you had the great tree growing up through.
Yeah, actually, that's what they called me in college. I never went to college.
You know, for as brand protective Nintendo is now, in that late 80s, early 90s period, they were just licensing their shit out.
Oh yeah.
Willy-nilly.
But that was
And-
also connected to the Nintendo Power show in
Yeah,
some
and
markets.
they used to put comics from that show into the Nintendo Power, and then they cascaded that out into a whole television thing. They had a media empire going, man. They were covering all bases.
Yeah,
Nintendo
and then
in the late 80s ruled the world.
and then
Pretty much.
and then they released Super Mario Brothers with John Leguizamo and Bob Hoskins, and it all
John
just
Leguizamo
crashed.
has ruined a lot of things over the years.
But they also had the Super Mario Super Show,
Yep.
which was sometimes also
The Super Mario Power Hour.
Which
Sure.
also had the cartoon for Legend of Zelda.
Legend of
then-
Zelda,
and
where
then they had
Link
the
was
Super Mario
where Link was a
Super
Link
horn
was a
dog.
horny teen.
Yeah.
Yep.
The Super Mario Brothers and the Super Mario Super Show were the most stereotypical Italian brothers ever to appear on
They
television.
got
know who
Captain
played
Lou
Mario in the-
Albano to be
Yeah,
Mario.
Captain Lou
Yeah.
Albano.
What's hysterical is that I knew about 3 Italian guys from my cousin's side of the family because my aunt married an Italian dude. His brothers
They loved it.
all
didn't
looked
they?
like Luigi in that show.
Yep.
All
Yep.
skinny guys with a big mustache.
All right, I can tell you that for at least from my anecdotal evidence, Italians did love the show. Yes, so
They did.
we're all
The show was great.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was great, but they were full on stereotype Italians.
it was Mario and Luigi, the Mario and Luigi Mario. They were born to
A
be
couple of
stereotyped.
plumbers from Brooklyn
Yep.
named Mario and Luigi. What are you gonna get?
So good.
I suppose if Haley Joel Osment went and lost 45 to 60
Yeah,
pounds,
he's gonna have to
maybe.
lose 100 pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a big round guy.
This is Spirit, my beloved.
Oh,
This is She-Ra, Princess of Power.
She-Ra.
Secrets were revealed to me the day I held aloft my sword.
Now
and
that's a
said,
woman
Yeah.
that knew is
"For
hot.
the honor of
Haley Joel
Grayskull."
Osment is not playing Link. It's not happening.
No, he's playing Ganon.
He could play Ganon. He could play Ganon.
Well, yeah.
I like how in He-Man they made Adam gay, and then in She-Ra they made
Bo
the
gay.
love interest gay.
Yeah.
Well,
I
then
mean,
they did a reboot of the animated She-Ra on Netflix, and they made
and they
She-Ra,
made
like,
all
really
of them
gay.
gay.
Made all
Yeah.
of
Like
them
everybody's gay in that show.
Yeah.
Not to
I
mention
knew one of the guys that used to do the old She-Ra cartoon, and he was so upset with what DreamWorks and Netflix did with She-Ra.
I am too. I thought it was fucking disgusting.
I know. I think I met at a comic convention one of the animators, and it was cool because I got a custom like She-Ra on a sketch cover. I got it on a Wonder Woman comic book because I thought that would be pretty cool to actually have an original She-Ra animator sketched out. And I was talking with him, and he was like, "It's all bullshit, man. they're just fucking up all the stuff we did." And I was like, "Yeah, I agree." And then what's funny if
you should watch my YouTube channel.
no, this was years back. So, but what's interesting is if you really pay attention to that show, she's supposed to be like 12 years old.
Oh,
which
in the
is even
DreamWorks Netflix
in
one?
the
Yeah,
DreamWorks one. She's
prepubescent.
like, yeah, she's prepubescent. So all these like hardcore like shipper lesbian Tumblr people,
It's really
these are
weird.
Yeah, it's weird because they were shipping her and the Catra character, and they're both supposed to be like 12, 13. Not cool.
Well, yeah, I mean, they haven't even developed. They're like, they're young. They're real
Apparently-
young.
Apparently, Filmation was very gay, according to Erica Scheimer, Lou Scheimer's daughter from He-Man. Yeah, I mean that would
is a lesbian though. That's
yeah. I was also, I mean, I would. Part of it is they also used rotoscope, so I don't know if that impacted things with the people they were bringing in to be the rotoscope models for the He-Man character.
Well, I mean, maybe a little bit, but I do know that Lou Schreider, he wanted it to make a very family show, and they didn't want it to be edgy in any way, even though there was some pressure on them to do so. So, yeah, you could definitely get a whole, it's trying to be so safe and welcoming that it might seem a little gay.
Well, they also had to have the morals at the end of every show, in the U.S. at least, back then. I'm pretty sure all of you have seen it. Do you guys all remember the early internet meme with He-Man doing the
yes,
4 non-blondes, what's going on?
Yeah, I remember that.
One of the greatest things of the early internet. That was
it was like
fantastic.
a Scandinavian grocery store, right? That did that.
That thing's been seen like a billion times at this point.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. I just love the lasting Skeletor memes where it's like, jokes on you, I'm into that shit.
I'm into that. What?
Oh, Spider-Man.
Yep, and his amazing. No, this is not the Amazing Friends.
No, this is the first one, the single season before the Amazing Friends.
Which was good. That was where they had some cool crossovers with Captain America, and then,
I think even the first episode, Spider-Man fought Dr. Doom.
Yeah,
the only cartoons in the 80s when Spider-Man remember is Amazing Friends. I don't remember this.
This one was the first one. It was like 81 or 82.
It was really short-lived, and then it just rolled over into Spider-Man.
And they got the same voice actors, same everything
on his outfit instead of a spider.
Well, the one
that
thing
ain't a spider.
One thing I could definitely say too is, regional markets. I don't remember this at all.
I remember renting the hell out of it when it was in video stores.
Pretty obscure shit.
Well, I mean, you look at that symbol. That's not a spider.
Ontario
That's
area, you would have seen this right away because that's where it was heavily played a lot. Like, some of my friends from Cleveland, like that
I'm in the Northeast. I'm in New York.
Yeah. When I met them when I was in high school because they moved up to Canada, we would talk about this show all the time because we knew it. But I had this one buddy from Florida, never saw it before, and this was when we were trying to find it on the internet back then. This would be like 98.
Because I remember Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends.
Yep.
I never saw this.
I think in a lot of places they actually merged it so that when it was like syndicating the Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends,
I only saw
they
this
mixed
once
this season into it.
Because I remember there being a ton of crossovers in Amazing Friends.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think it was kind of like wrestling at that time where it was regional. You could get regional wrestling coverage.
Oh, for sure.
WCW actually formed and the WWE. It was, the NWA, all that kind of stuff.
Well, like Shifty's saying, I think this was part of the standard national block for NBC.
Well, yeah, because I remember the era of CBS, ABC, and NBC all having their own individual Saturday morning lineups.
Yep.
Like I wasn't watching Fox or any other channel.
Fox didn't exist.
Fox didn't exist, and the local stations like Chad might know a couple.
Fox
of these.
existed, but you had to really work the antenna to get Fox because it was like channel 20 or 40 or something.
Fox didn't start as a network till
until
87.
Yeah,
with the Tracy Ullman show.
We would get other than
that was when was it Barry Diller who started it?
I think so. Yeah.
With Tracy Ullman show
and
all
the
that.
reason
kind of
it was, and what to speak to what Slender's talking about, the reason that it was on those weird channels was because they had to buy UHF channel because they didn't have access to the main broadcasting channels.
You weren't a major network yet.
So what they had to do was build their affiliate network. So Fox bought or made affiliate deals with all the random UHF channels. So it'd be like Fox 50, whereas NBC and ABC and CBS were 479. Like they were the main channels.
In my area.
Mine was 4, 6, and 8.
Yeah,
5, 11, 13.
And the other two big channels other than those were growing up were 9 and 11. 9
and if you wanted to watch something on your VCR, you went to channel 3.
And 11
or the Nintendo.
WPIX out of New York.
And what was the one out of Chicago? WGN.
WGN.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Yeah. So and then was it Turner bought what is now TBS and TNT were like regional channels that he built out into national networks.
Because I remember as a kid not getting TBS.
Remember how TBS used to do the 5 minutes after? So
Mhm.
every show would start at like 7:05 and
Oh,
7:35.
I hated that shit.
There's a
So
reason why
much.
they did it, and it made sense too when I heard what the reasoning was. I forgot what it was.
Because of commercial breaks for every other channel.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
you'd
you would
be able to flip
switch
to
during
other
the
channels
commercial
and see
break.
something that wasn't on a commercial break, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it was just
Annoying, but it made sense.
when you were trying to set a VCR to record something.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then they turned around and did the TNT, which didn't do that.
Right. But
it was-
TBS was a weird one because they did that.
Yeah,
But
it's weird going back and watching old NWA wrestling. It's like, oh, remember 6:05 Saturday night. It's like, what?
Yep.
Oh, right, TBS and their weird timings.
Shifty, what? What? Our CBS,
CBS
affiliate
affiliate.
was one where that fired reporter killed another on air one morning.
Well,
then.
Whoa!
That's
that
why I
escalated
say, hey,
quickly.
man, nice
Well, there's
shot.
the call back to Joker.
Yeah.
What a
You
nice
get
shot,
what you
man.
fucking deserve.
Was that on the dock?
I don't even know.
There was a killing of a reporter who got fired and then went and killed the co-reporter on a dock back in the New England area.
Nope.
He's saying Roanoke, so that would be Virginia.
He says yes.
Okay. Yeah, I remember that. Well, I remember hearing the stories years later of
I'm
that.
sure that it
He
was on
said,
one of
"Fuck
the
it,
first.
We'll do it live.
one of the
I'll
first
write it and
versions.
we'll do it live."
He just walked up and kind of was like, "Hey," and then
It was I was,
shot the person, and the cameraman was like, "I'm out."
It was probably in one of those copies of Faces of Death when you used to get that. Like, here's all recordings of people actually getting killed.
Except they were all fake. But yeah,
Was it? I never.
yeah, Faces of Death came out as being faked.
I wasn't watching any snuff films, so I didn't rent that. I was
Oh, I
renting the
watched quite a
Spider-Man
few of
cartoon.
them. We used
I
to,
had a-
there
I
there
had a
used to be
friend who was
theater
into that
showings
shit.
of Faces of Death on October 31st, and if you could
Yeah.
get to the end of it, they would give you your money back.
I had a friend who was into that shit and always wanted me to watch Faces of Death movies and shit. And I was like, dude, I don't have any fucking interest in this. Like, why would I want to watch this?
Be right up there with the Alien Autopsy.
Yeah.
Oh, Ghostbusters.
Real
Real
Ghostbusters.
Ghostbusters.
Obviously.
I absolutely forgotten everything about the other Ghostbusters cartoon.
The
It was
one that was
weird.
based on that 70s TV show.
Yeah, that's the only aspect of it I remember is based.
They had
on
an ape that wore a fedora.
Yep.
There's a live action version of that show.
And a car
Yeah.
that they drove around in that looked like
Well,
one of
and
the.
this show is why me and Chad have gotten into like a no shit fight with Brahma and a whole bunch of other people over Frozen Empire because they're like, you know, I hate these new Ghostbusters movies because Ghostbusters isn't supposed to be for kids.
Huh?
Like, it's not supposed to be for kids, huh?
This series was kind of dark.
It wasn't
Like the
intended
first
for
season.
kids.
There's a
but
ton of
kids
crap that
loved
wasn't
it.
intended for kids
Yeah.
that they made a cartoon for.
But
But this
spawned an
cartoon also
entire
gave me
empire.
nightmares.
And this cartoon was also far more
They
popular
fought
than the movie ever
Cthulhu in
was.
the cartoon.
They
Yeah.
did. And the
No, the
Boogeyman.
one where the whatever the giant thing was that had a face, but then its stomach was also a mouth that had devoured
Oh.
people. And then the
Oh,
Boogeyman episode, that one
Yep.
did not do me well as a kid.
It was a good show. And they got the same
It was scarier than the actual movies by
this
far.
is the hilarious thing to me. The guy who did the voice of Garfield in the Garfield cartoon is who they cast to do the voice of Venkman in the real
Venkman,
Ghostbusters.
yeah.
Lorenzo Music.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then when they did the Garfield movie, they wanted someone who sounded like the Garfield cartoon that was a celebrity, so they got Bill Murray to do the Garfield voice for the Garfield movies because they're like, it's the best of both worlds. We get Bill Murray, and people will think it sounds like the old cartoon, so it's awesome. It's like an Inception level plot.
Yep.
Cricket.
Tailspin. Nope.
Transformers. The amount of editing to cut out all the use of the word Transformers is
I was
Yeah.
gonna say that was
Just more than meets the eye.
I'll say this: as much as I love the Transformers, the theme song is not lyrically like.
the theme song is them just literally reading the synopsis of the show.
But the beginning was so great. Transformers, more than meets the eye.
Now, season 3's theme was actually pretty cool too, because they kind of revamped it a little bit.
Oh, season 2. Oh no, you're right.
No,
Season
the one
3.
with
It was the
Rodimus Prime.
post. Yeah, the post movie one, because that's where it's the kind of like one.
You guys remember the Beast Wars cartoon, right?
Oh yeah,
I do. Yeah.
Go and look up what the Japanese opening was for that.
I'd have to. Yeah, I'm gonna guess it's
more
dramatic.
No, it's.
Meanwhile, they're now trying to ship Megatron and Optimus Prime.
Shut up.
I mean, it's not every day you hear Japanese rap. I'll just say that.
I do. I do like it when an anime has an OP where they mix in a little bit of the Japanese girls doing some rapping. It's pretty fun. How Heavy Are Your Dumbbells has that, and it's just a fun little theme song.
I do like How Heavy Are Your Dumbbells? Or no, How Heavy Are the Dumbbells You
Dumbbells
Lift?
You Lift. Yeah, it's a fun one to watch.
How Heavy Are Your Dumbbells sounds like
something
it's
else.
Not about dumbbells.
It's funny.
It's not.
I mean,
but it is.
Sometimes
it's got occasional fan service, but on the other hand, it also is like instructional on how to, do workouts and exercises.
It will improve your form.
It is surprisingly very thorough about like teaching you how to work out.
Remember at the 2-hour mark where Script was like, "I'm really tired,
Yeah,
but I'm going to stick it out," and now we're at 4 hours.
We
By
suck
the way,
people in
Script-
because we're good times.
But by the way, Script, for future reference, you can leave whenever you want.
Yeah,
you do
if
not
you
have
need
to
to
stay
go.
till the end.
And this show is normally 2 hours long.
Yeah, it's fun. We
Oh
just
yeah, I know.
nice
I was just having
chatting.
some fun because this is again. I don't have much. I rarely get free Friday nights, so I was happy to participate.
Yeah, and then we get to hang out again tomorrow.
That's
for
right.
the Scripts on Saturday show, which will be fun.
What are you guys reviewing or going over?
We're going over The Light at the End, which is supposedly a horror script where a solar event fills the sky with endless light that kills everything it touches.
Supposedly.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, supposedly indeed.
Not the show with the actual light.
That sounds kind of like an SCP, actually.
Yeah, I was just about to say, yeah.
When
that sounds
Day
like an
Breaks.
SCP.
Because there's an SCP called When Day Breaks, and basically the sun starts melting people. And so they're all, hiding in buildings because if the sun touches you, you melt.
Yeah, there's another screenplay years ago I read where it takes place all on an airplane, and all they're trying to do is just outrun the darkness because the darkness would kill them. So they're flying around the world, refueling desperately, trying to stay in the air ahead of night coming after them. And an inverse of this one, it looks like. So yeah, there'll
There's
be
a
fun
train
conversation.
one with that too, right? Where they're like running away from the freezing temperatures.
No, everything's frozen in that.
That's Snowpiercer,
Okay.
right?
Chris
That's
Evans,
Snowpiercer.
Snowpiercer. Yeah.
Okay.
Did you guys hear that fly get caught?
Was that your racket?
Oh, the electric
I thought you were
racket.
using one of those, butane
Damn
lighters that has a
straight.
spark.
I got one of those behind me too, so I don't know. It might have been my own one.
No, I have to actually manually input it to get him. I got
Yeah,
him,
mine-
and he got
mine's
caught
just
in the
there.
webbing so that I could do it again for you guys. The smell is horrible,
Train show.
but I
One
hate
of
the
the more
flies.
religious people I know is a
All right.
fucking sociopath.
So we got
Exactly.
All right, the Script talked about what we're doing tomorrow. Brahmer, you got stuff coming up?
Well, we've got Saturday night bourbon and boarding, first episode of the season because the NHL kicked off today at 11 o'clock a.m. my time because they're playing in Prague. And they'll be playing again tomorrow. We've had a few games go off, but the NHL is officially kicked off. So tomorrow night we'll have bourbon and boarding, and then Sunday morning we will be doing our bullpen show, me and Lil Chad doing our politics show, which of course nothing has happened in politics for the last week, so
it's been
probably nothing to talk about.
Pretty dry, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm
That's a
especially
hell of a
fond.
way
I,
to put
I
it.
definitely bookmarked that video of Kamala's prompter failing and her flailing for 40 seconds,
She's
saying
probably
the same
38
thing.
days or something.
32 days. We're gonna
There's
do
that.
this
There's,
in 32
there's FEMA
days.
having no money for any actual American citizens because they gave it all to illegals. I mean, there's a lot. We'll be getting into it.
Yeah. So
I'm excited for that.
yeah, so that'll be fun. That's Sunday, and then I think we skipped our normal gaming Tuesdays last week because it was debate day.
Yep.
And so that'll be coming back, I think, right? Are we doing party animals, we think, again?
Party animals, it depends on how many people are available.
Yeah.
I mean, we may go Phasmophobia for October if we don't have enough players for party animals, but I think we've got enough players. We'll do party animals.
We could do both.
You got to kick people out if we
Doesn't mean people can't make smart ass comments.
Yeah, that's true. Plus, now we have
got options.
We have quad screen Phasmophobia now.
Yeah,
That one was. It's a little hard to cover all of the screens with it, but it's good times when you can watch that. So that'll be that. Slender, do you want to?
Yeah. What time are you guys doing the script thing tomorrow? Like, I haven't set a time, but I'm planning on doing some streaming tomorrow.
It's usually like 9 p.m. Central, right?
So it's 7 Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific.
Oh, that's way earlier.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I might fire that off after your guys' stream then.
Cool.
But unless something changes, October options round 1 for Ascendant Arcade, the decision has been made, and we're looking at Kolot. So Kolot is kind of a walking simulator where you go up into the mountains to try and find out what happened to the Russian hikers at Dyatlov Pass.
They
And
ate each other.
it's fucking horrifying. That game is really creepy, and so we're gonna do a live stream of it. It'll be fun.
Doing it live. That's how we do it. Imp, do you have anything coming up?
I will be on that 70s Rock Bands channel on Monday if he's doing something. And if he is, I honestly have no idea what it is since I've unfortunately been away for a couple weeks due to work on as far as doing that show. But I'll be there, and then Tuesday I'll be gaming with you guys and whatever we're playing on Brahma's channel.
Awesome. Well, I just wanted to say thanks again to Script for hanging out. As we went a little long tonight, but it was because we were having such a good time. So hopefully he'll want to come back next time he has a Friday off and spend it here, or do whatever he wants to do. It's a day off; you can do what you want. But
I'd love to. I mean, my girlfriend's on British time zone right now, working remotely, so she went to bed at 7 p.m. so that she could wake up in like 3.5 hours for a meeting. So yeah, I'm a little bored, and so yeah, I was happy to be entertained with you guys and shoot the breeze over some cool topics.
Are you not entertained? That's what is good for our show.
Is
All right. Well, thanks.
Why you are here?
Well, thanks to Chad for hanging out. Thanks to Mad for leaving early, and unannounced. Thanks dropping that Irish goodbye. Speaking of unannounced,
I got to make a sting for Mad leaving.
Is it just me? Both times we did the incensed imp, he left.
Yeah,
he did.
To be honest, it's getting quite awkward because he keeps saying, "I'm going for a smoke" or "going for smokes," and then he just never comes back.
Yep.
He's like a dad who's leaving us. Like, hey. Don't worry, don't worry, kid. I'm just running out to get a pack of smokes.
Just
I'll be
going
back.
to 7-Eleven. I'll be back.
Yeah.
We'll be like,
Never
Mad
shows back
left.
up.
Us.
Be right
Mad's
back
been
for
gone
smoke, and
7
then-
years.
Come on. Yeah.
But Dad, there isn't a 7-Eleven in this county. That's right, kid.
Exactly.
Mad's, yeah, it's like Mad's like, I'm going to Sheets. Sheets is a Mid-Atlantic chain. Yeah, it is. I'll be back in a
Heading to
while.
Quick Stop. There's no Quick Stops on the East Coast.
Good luck with your mother.
Sheets is all the way up here up into Pennsylvania, Chad.
What's that?
Sheets goes all the way up into Pennsylvania.
Did I not say Mid-Atlantic?
Yeah, that's still the East Coast.
But it doesn't go anywhere to
That's
the
not
south
Mid-Atlantic.
and west of there.
Are you wait? You think Sheets doesn't exist in Virginia?
No,
all
I
over
know
the
it
place?
does. I'm just saying that, but Pennsylvania is not the Mid-Atlantic.
Pennsylvania is pretty
Pennsylvania
Mid-Atlantic.
is the Mid-Atlantic.
That's Northeast.
Yeah.
Mid-Atlantic
No.
is like Maryland.
Pennsylvania is
North Carolina.
Mid-Atlantic. No,
Pennsylvania is
It's
pretty
Mid-Atlantic.
Mid-Atlantic. I can, from where I'm at, I can get to Pennsylvania in like 2 hours. That's
not even 2
far.
hours.
Yeah.
We got from Loudon to Gettysburg in like less than like a little over an hour, like an hour.
Yeah.
15.
like it's not far.
Yeah, it's Mid-Atlantic.
It can be both. They
I
can
mean,
overlap.
Pennsylvania's a pretty wide
Maybe
state.
I'm just going by the old Mid-Atlantic wrestling, which did not go all the way up into Pennsylvania. It was literally.
We're both in America, which used to be a good country, until they started letting people like you do whatever you want.
I'm going to make sure the ghost kills you a bunch of times, Slender. I'm going out of my way for
You
that.
know what? The next time we play, I'm going to take the spirit box, and I'm going to ask the ghost, is Pennsylvania in the Mid-Atlantic?
It'll be like, I'll kill you.
Oh, it's the word that seemed to piss the
Die.
ghost off. Apparently, it's a Northeasterner. Well, anyway, at some point, Slender's going to be hitting the button, and it's just going to end. So I'm going to say thanks to Chad.